taking a closer look at this range right here. If this is going to avoid more of the distribution style look, then you want to hold over 400. If we start cracking 400, it's looking pretty dangerous. Looking pretty dangerous for a number of reasons, right? This consolidation failed, great, it came back into range. No offering of a higher low. Instead, you get a lower low. Sympathy move to meta earnings. This gap up is trying to act as a saving grace. You cannot afford to be back down underneath 400. Otherwise, it's my view that all of this acts as overhead supply. And, that's a little bit aggressive of an arrow, but the idea really stands is that I don't think anybody's interested in longs if we're underneath 400. All right? So that's Microsoft, again, looking for the gap to close based on some of the pre-market weakness. That is unfolding here. We're opening dead on the lows, maybe in a minor gap down there, but just basically 405.75. If we are clearly breaking below, lower highs, closing the gap, $400, right? When and if we get here looking for a double bottom, if those buyers are going to remain constructive and, quote, save the day. If the market flips back into the previous day's range, be my guest. If you want to get chopped around in here, I will personally avoid that like the plague. I would say that any moves inside of the bulk of that chop, not really interested in that. Maybe a higher low over that 409.75. Higher low happening here gets you into this equal high point. The better trade out of Microsoft, to be frank with you, is looking for the breakout between test 419.25 over 413.25. Alright, so that's Microsoft. Next up, Google. Oops, Google, there we go. Whoa, all over the place. Google. So obviously, earnings gap up, sideways consolidation. Where are we opening? Same concept as Microsoft. If we're going to expand the range from Google's earnings, and we're going to do something that looks like this, great. There's a huge gap underneath us potentially face. One of the things I would encourage you to think about out of Google is that you do not have to be the first one in the door. So as and if Google breaks down underneath Friday's low, you don't have to be short at 169.65. I can easily see a world in which, obviously this is a gap up, so that's bullish, right? The context is bullish. There's also new all-time highs out of Google. I can easily see a world where we undercut the low of Friday, come back in, consolidate, resolve this range, and over time, start making new all-time high. What does this remind you of? Okay, what does this remind you of? Let's go back to a daily chart here. And where is it? Microsoft. No, where is, let's go, is it Amazon? It's Amazon, there we go. It's Amazon. It reminds me of this, right? I can easily see a world where you get this gap up from earnings, undercut the low, people jump the gun on the short, and we come back into range, those shorts get squeezed, right? Or at least there's another leg in the upward direction. That's the idea. All right, we'll get to Amazon, but back to Google. That's sort of at least the concept I could see unfolding up here. So don't feel like you have to be the first one in to do a short underneath 169.65. You could be patient here because the risk is a drift back into range. All right, so that is a Google. Let's go back down to some hourly. Let's take a look at Amazon now. One of the things to point out about Amazon, obviously, is that earnings are after the close on Tuesday, so take it easy over here with the options, right? Implied volatility is through the roof. You don't want to get crushed on IP crush if you're trading Friday's expiry, so just please be mindful of that. Notice that we're opening over 180, sort of underneath 182.80, so in this zone right here. The idea today is if any trade at all is going to unfold, show me the pullback, show me the long at 180. If there's an opportunity for tight risk reward around this location, it's a no-brainer setup. Might consider it with options. If it is, if the options change is unreasonable, but the trade is still too good to be sort of passed up on, might just take some shares. Might take some shares at Amazon 180 if you can spot the setup in here, and we won't have the same return percentage-wise, but a little bit of margin effort there. And I think you can still do some decent damage at 180. All right, so that's a possibility. That would be the thing I'm most interested in. I probably would not look to continue fishing long up here at this area of resistance ahead of earnings. I think that there's too much sort of uncertainty. So it's going to be a no-brainer setup. To me, the no-brainer is the retest of 180. All right, that is Nancy. Let's move along to NVIDIA. Always nice to have NVIDIA reporting far later in the cycle. This is going to be late May. So out of NVIDIA, we've got ourselves, opportunity for flag consolidation in here. We've also got the opportunity for a pullback and higher low over 841.50. As long as we can spot this higher low right there, I think that we've got to at least give it the respect it deserves. You've got the inverted band range. Right, there's your inverted band range on any higher lows over 841.50. The reason for that is because if you take a look at the daily chart, there's your balance range, there's your look below. I would call that a success. we did just about double the range, maybe a little bit shy. The range doubled the downside. So the breakdown was reasonable, but a higher low back in range now means that shorts are screwed. Anybody who's short from in here is like, I want out for scratch. And a higher low over 841.50 achieves that. Right? Obviously it's lows, higher lows as well on the daily. That's your key watch out of NVIDIA. Not really getting a gap this morning. It opened squarely inside of the consolidation from Friday afternoon. So just like your S&P, it's going to be a little bit more neutral through here. Not looking for major trades to unfold. If there is a rejection of 880, it's possible that you can set up a short in here to test 860. Looking for that to act as support. If that fails, once again, 841.50 is still a top watch. Still a top watch. All right? That's NVIDIA. Next up, AMDizzle. This is reporting, as we know, after the close on Tuesday as well, just like Amazon, same timing. NXPI, after the close today, may have some impact on AMD as well, so keep that in mind. In terms of the levels, I think it's very straightforward. You're opening over this 158.50, so holds above, the reversal basically, is constructive for the double bottom to be in force, and the target's what? Up here at 164.60. Just like Amazon, it's got to be a no-brainer trade. The setup has to be as clear as, what do you say? I always want to say clear as mud, but in reality, I mean, I really do want a crystal clear setup here. You need something better, more snappy than crystal clear, though. I mean, PG clear? I mean, you've got unlimited PG water up here in the penthouse. So maybe we're going to go, PG clear. PG clear. YouTube hacks, oh my goodness. Is Siege in the building? Siege, you can give a verbal warning to YT hacks. I'm assuming that's YouTube hacks, but goodness, you have clearly not been up here in the penthouse at all. First of all, stop screaming. There's no need for all caps in the penthouse. I mean, we're all next to each other in the office. And secondly, we'll get to Tesla. We've got a core list of companies to go through. Right? We're going to get to Tesla. We're doing okay on time this morning. For our Monday session, not bad. We got 9:16 on the clock. All right? Yeah. Needs to wake up. That's right, Coma. I wish I could. I do and I don't wish I could yell like Dr. D.
Hey, don't be messing up the blinds. Come on, baby girl.
He genuinely seems like he's having a great time. He's having a blast when he says something like that. But
hey,
it is nice to be a little bit more tranquil, a little bit more, I wouldn't say studious, but a little more tranquil, a little bit more reserved in your mannerisms. So with that, we'll move into Meta. Take a look at what's going on here. I'm really interested in Meta's possible ascending triangle, the opportunity for a breakout over those flat highs. This is technically a double gap. It's not a double rainbow, but it is definitely a double gap. And that's going to be over 443.25, closes at 453.50. Anything beyond that is constructive for a remaining gap close from the earnings move. All right, get your feet off the couch. Yeah, I like that. So that's the metaverse, right? That's what we're thinking about over here, Zuckerberg's fantasy land. Can it recover after a sort of sequence of higher lows? And this is still very much so in play. I mean, think about where we're opening here, inside of the midpoint, basically, of the Friday range. So it's
Come on,
not like
let's go. Let's go downstairs real quick.
Lower low. We're not going to break this cycle of lows,
Come on, bro.
higher lows. I think the ascending triangle can remain in force, and your flat top break point is
Hey.
well defined. So 443.25 is the top watch here. It drifts underneath. So here's just the takeaway. If it does make a lower low,
I'm gonna take you to use the restroom real quick, and then we'll come back up.
Let's go. Take it in stride. Wait patiently for some strike on the pull. All right, here we go. YouTube hack. Are you in the building, sir? Because here we go with Tesla. We already covered it. First up on the stream is actually the first chart we looked at, so it would actually just reinforce that you are tardy to today's show. Hopefully next time you show up on time. But we'll get down to business on Tesla. We'll do it all over again. We mentioned that we're opening at a gap up. Obviously, this is coming on the news of the full self-driving over in China. Right? So the difference between Tesla and Apple, we've already described. We're opening over the top of the balance range over here. We're opening around loosely 190. 190 is this inflection point right here. So on the open, the primary idea is probably not to jump the gun on a long, but instead say, what's the opportunity for a partial gap close? Find support over the top of the range, previous resistance, 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 resistance. That's a stretch. That's a stretch. We won't go that far out on a limb. It's all that resistance either. But 182.25. Can we find buyers on a test? Excuse me, 182.25. And if so, great. Ultimately, the target would be back up here towards 200, the opening print of this thin structure breakdown day. If Tesla is going to give us a gap and sort of go, so let's My apologies. Let's zoom in a little bit on the 30-minute side, just so we can explore this dynamic a little bit further, right? Obviously, gap rules are enforced, and this is going to be the way that you get inside of a trade, into a trade. So let's just say that this is the opening print at 190. If we fail the overnight high and trade underneath the opening print, technically there's a short there to fade the gap, sum of the gap. And then once again, the idea would be to look for a long off of 182.25, the top end of the balance range here, because of the opportunity for a daily trend reversal. Big time higher high on the move up into 190, right? This would be textbook. I would prefer if this happened out of Tesla. That would be my preference, right? And you're probably, for me, I wouldn't be stabbing short aggressively here at 190 on the move under the opening print. I would be more inclined to say, all right, there's clearly a change in tone. Investor sentiment changed on earnings. We have some things to look forward to. Let's not forget how, let's take out the measuring stick. Here we go. Coming in from the lows up to 190. I mean, over the last couple of trading days, 8 days, Tesla is up over 35%, 36.84%. Right, so do you want to be a new money buyer directly on this high? I mean, it's hard to say. It's hard to say. I think it's a substantial move. The range it's traveled is definitely substantial. Is this all the good news we're possibly going to get? Is it all being priced in? It wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't say that it's impossible to continue a trend in the upward direction, but the more favorable long entry, in my view, from a risk perspective, would certainly be some sort of pullback where a stop can go here, we support the top end of the range, stops go here, targets are up at 200, right? The idea would be to pull off some sort of risk reward on some swing shares or whatever, something that looks like this. That would be the idea. If that unfolds, awesome. If it does want to give us a gap and go this morning, so we've already talked about, right, failure of the overnight high, lower high here, that's how the fade is accomplished. If it doesn't give us that, if it gives us a gap and go, and there's a higher low over the overnight high, over an upward sloping VWAP, let it show it. Let it show it. That's interesting. We use a little box here for the VWAP instead of a dotted line. But let the market show you. Let the market show you the entry. There's no need for guesswork. Let the market show you the entry. Either high or low over the overnight high, or take the first 5-minute pullback over an upward sloping VWAP on an opening drive to the upside. Your risk is at least reduced. You know exactly where your stop is. And if it works out, awesome. We know that the target really remains the same, 200, the opening print of this bar. If it doesn't work out, you had tight risk. So the idea here would be, let's just put this back in, let's bring out the white crayon. The idea would be, if you're looking for the gap and go, is that your risk maybe looks something like this, entry as close as possible there, for reward up around 198.75, 200, there's your risk reward on the gap and go. Right, so there are two different ways to trade Tesla, depending on what it wants to offer us this morning. I would prefer to see, once again, I'll just give you my preference, and we'll finish it up with Netflix. I would prefer to see, something that does this, and then a much cleaner buying opportunity down around 182.25. All right, that is my preference out of Tesla. I'd be open-minded to either. But with preference. 17 million shares. 17.25 million shares going through in the pre-market. Goodness, that's quite a bit. That is a lot of relative volume for the pre-market session. And then you've got Netflix, almost 24,000 shares. Oh, that's such a little baby. Netflix, what do we see out of the chart? Anything interesting? I'm inclined to say if we can hold on to this level, if there's an obvious long, if we're really fishing for setups, if the market's not doing anything, and Netflix is like, hey, look at me, we're giving you the setup here at 554 30s. If you want to do that, fine, but I wouldn't go out of my way to make Netflix a top watch at this level. That's basically what I'm getting at. Really losing patience with Netflix, which, I almost want to keep it on the core list just to prove to myself that I can exercise patience, but I also don't want it to take up too much of my time, mental energy, and sort of effort. So I don't know. It's a delicate balance, right? Because as a trader, you want to have patience and you constantly want to work on that, but you also don't want to waste your time on opportunities that just aren't very lucrative. So delicate balance, but for now it lives on. The price point's right. It's always had a decent price point. So we'll take it in stride. Mike's Boat, I haven't seen that name in the chat for a while. I mean, you may or may not have been here for the whole time, but maybe I've just missed the comments from Mike's Boat. But man, good to see it. Love the name as always. Microsoft, people are talking about Microsoft. Is something going on with Microsoft? Is there just a big announcement? No? What's going on? What's with Microsoft? Tesla was removed from your watch list? Eric, Tesla is like a high beta name. It's you know, Tesla's a really solid trader in my view. What's going on with Microsoft? Is there something wrong with Microsoft? Why is everybody talking Microsoft? We're not seeing any updated analysis over here on Microsoft. Still opening near the gap low at 405.75. Just to support Mickey, I see. Damn near $130 discount. That was a no-brainer. Microsoft is up next. Oh, I see. In terms of looking for discounts up there in the market. I gotcha. Beer and Logan says, I'll be excited about Tesla again when Elon steps aside and appoints a real CEO. I don't know. People comment on Mr. Musk being too off the cuff and sort of a volatile CEO, which don't get me wrong, I suppose to some degree he is. But I don't necessarily think he's the worst thing for the company. But I'm far more, I shouldn't say interested, but I'm far more in tune with what's happening in the AI space and all that stuff compared to Tesla, which I get, full self-driving is AI in and of itself. But I'm not too fond, I shouldn't say fond either, not up to date, I suppose, on all of the intricacies of Tesla and the ways that Mr. Musk has sort of caused some volatility with his pricing models. I get the high-level stuff, but I'm not as in the details. Don't bet against him. Yeah, that would be my take too. Don't bet against him. All right, I think that's going to wind it down for a Monday morning session. Let's take a quick look at the ES. Let's finish up here on the ES, make sure there's no updates to bring out of the S&P futures. I don't think there are. Nope, we're basically unchanged from where we were when we did the initial analysis. So everything still stands over in the ES futures. We know that, in a fantasy land, we're probably looking at an opening range looking like this. Far and few between. Opening ranges are actually 5 to 4 points. So that's a stretch. Opening break, something that does this. 51.55, be mindful of. Ideally, you would clear that with a higher low. 5,200 is the target. If we're getting opening range in here, still thinking about this as an outcome. This, we look for opening range, look below and fail as a long, and the only interesting short is this, remove through the single print. So that's your very quick and sloppy high-level overview out of the ES. All right? Let's go make some...
Hey, what are you eating?
Eric.
No.
I like what we're talking about.
No.
I like that. Now we're talking on a Monday. Let's finish up April on a good note, huh? Let's finish up April on a good note. Let's move directly into May. Around running this week with a number of different catalysts. Tesla's up big time. Apple's up big time. Tomorrow we get some earnings after the close. Wednesday's the Fed. Let's finish up April on a solid note, and let's move directly into May. Let's make some. What is it? Let's make hay while the sun shines here, and then be able to take the foot off the gas pedal a little bit as we head into the summer months. I don't know about you guys, but I'm looking forward to the summer here. I'm looking forward to not pressing the bet every single day, not looking to go out there and swing for the fences and make a killing. It's great. Take the setups when they present themselves, but I'm looking to really enjoy this summer. Really looking to, like I'm saying, make hay while the sun shines, and then enjoy that sunshine as these summer months come rolling around. All right. That's what we got. All right, that's going to do it for me. And big shout out to everybody in the chat coming out to the show this morning. We got Jim Robitaille, Nikki, Glory Boy, Sam Lee, Amari JS Official, Nicholas Johnson, TK Qua, Ein at the base, Nomi made it out. We got Andy P, Cindy Lou, the Giggling Bear, Barry S, Siege is in the building this morning, B-Dog, Jim Robitaille, I think we got you twice. Dying Boys, dude, nice to see you. We've got Holda Baggins, Kahia, whole crew, Eric, Emery Barrel, Emery B, Paul B, Teacher Russell, John Taylor, James Knapp, whole crew. Brad Dad, great name as well. Great name as well, love that. YouTube hacks, thanks for coming out to the show. Hopefully the Tesla analysis was everything that you were waiting for and more. Appreciate that. Vicky, again, a couple times there. Jeff Clark, the realist. That's going to do it for me. All right, have a green trading day, everybody, and as always, I will see you in the next one.
Hey! What are you doing? Don't play with that.
All right. Let's get our money kittens in the gate. And I'm going to pass that over to Andre. Good morning, Andre.
Morning, Daddy. Good morning,
No,
JT.
no trades for
How
me
you
for
doing,
3 minutes.
fellas?
Doing good. Ready? Here we go. We got the house count up.
We got that house coming up, ready to rock and roll. Updating these levels for you. If you mind staying in the chat, we can pull some levels from there.
Yeah, no trades for me. First 30 minutes,
Top
guys.
steppers only in the house. It's pretty cool, man. So it's us three. It is Monday morning. It's Monday morning, and it's nice. It's been a summer start.
And we're open. There it is.
Right, let's do
Go,
this.
go, go.
Hey, stop eating my
We
core.
are open with the gap.
Don't
We're open
do
with the
that.
gap in the Nasdaq. We're above last week's high and Friday's at the same price, 17.91.5, which is in your top step daily levels. Actually, let me share the chat right now.
Strong stuff. Up the gate. Strong stuff.
Those levels in the chat, I would share those with.
Yeah, thank you. This is our crew today.
All right, levels are in the chat. Let me pin them real quick.
So daily levels, real quick here. If you have not bookmarked.
Wow, these guys are
Top
pushing
Step,
up here.
they're actually Top Step TV. I'm going to put the link in. It's topstep.tv. That's going to have our schedule. It's going to have the,
Wow, Nvidia's dumping hard.
the new levels
Microsoft
each and every
dumping.
day.
Wow.
They're going to change. I'm going to put that link.
Yeah, I'm gonna personally hold
A
off
lot
you
of good
guys.
stuff on that
Look at that.
website.
Wow.
So, have at it.
This stuff. Federal.
For sure. Yeah.
Yep, go ahead, JT. This is a bit of S&P, sorry. Bit of an S&P. The NASDAQ still kind of chilling out. See if it can pass through 5150. See the price we're looking at for a couple weeks now in the S&P. So, talk to us, JT.
So we did not open with a gap. Did we open with a gap? No, we're right at the highs. Testing weekly cup high at 51.50 in the ES right now. Nasdaq, however, did open with just a small gap. And with the P-shaped profile that I mentioned during opening, indicates short covering and is usually followed by continuation. So right now, initial bias is the upside in equities. We have that gap open in the Nasdaq. I'd like to see that gap filled early and then turn around and return to higher prices. That's my initial call. That's definitely a flexible bias. I'm not married to that at all. So I'm going to let the market dictate what my next move is. For now, not looking at the opening range trade.
Hey, G, you got a question. Before we first started opening range, before we first started opening range trade, and how
I've listened to Hope talk about it so many times. It's not a trade that I like to put on very often. Hope's a master of it. Hope can really know more about it than I do. But I've listened to Hope, watched and listened to Hope put that trade on probably 300 times since I started Top Step. So I could walk you through it if you really if we want to put it on.
I'm gonna let this play out. You have the house account open. I'm gonna be looking at my man JT for some levels. I need to be pulling some levels from the chat. He started pulling right now as I see. This find some opportunity, of course. We're never forced to trade here. Top Step, of course, we're gonna do real trades with real counts, with real P&Ls, with real traders. With fake real people out here. Real people. Real people.
Real people.
We are clones like they think I am in the chat? They think I'm a clone in the chat.
Well, you know what? The world could use a few Andre clones. I mean,
Appreciate that, Eddie. Appreciate that. So I can read here saying into 51.68, below 51.32, 51.6. So there's still room.
Wow, it's just beasting, man. I'm gonna hold off. I'll make sure
What about now is
I'm gonna come back.
I would go to Eddie behind the scenes. You guys want people behind the curtain. I would go behind the scenes right now and I type in the chat, Eddie, how many of you for economic calendar numbers? 5 minutes later, I'll throw to Eddie as if he wasn't ready or as if we were just doing this spontaneously. So right now, Eddie You know anything on this
Spontaneous
one?
combustion. Yes, I'd like to up in flames on this Monday morning. Actually, Friday, remember Friday, I mentioned that we're going to have burnt toast and rotten egg today, as far as eating. Really not much. We do have the Dallas Fed coming out, easy here, inside of a half an hour. So, top of the hour, we're going to have the Dallas Fed, 10:30 today, 3-month bill and 6-month bill lock. And I believe that is it for the 29th of this lovely month we call April. And Andy, yes, it is 100% all beef here at Topstep. Yes, correct, 100% all beef. Moo. Thank you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. All right, Jay, if you see something, but right now, we're going to just be very patient. Yep, that's rotten. Burnt toast, we're not that kind of horny. And we will be patient. I think this is kind of how we did it last week. We were very patient on a Monday. I think we pretty much on last Monday, we didn't wait. We had to wait all the way till power hour, really, to get the house account straight. And lo and behold, we made about $4,500. Patience is the key, everybody. Patience is the key. JD, if you see it in Eddie, please keep your eyes on the best markets. I've got some keys in Nasdaq up only right now.
All right.
Feel free to jump in, tell us gold and oil we're doing. JD, if you see anything in the Dow levels coming into play, watch my 6, watch our 6. These are house account trades, not my trades. Not JD's trade, not your trades, our trades. We're looking for levels. Hey, Nick for a tick, shout out. 51.54, yes.
There you go.
51.54.
Insurance Pro weekly kickoff high, 51.50 weekly kickoff high. Keep that number in mind. These are big inflection points.
Okay. We've been looking at 51.50s forever.
Hey, for those that are just logging in, bell to bell has not happened yet. No. All right. Please, for those that are giving wrong information, shame on you. Shame on you. We'll be having the first one coming up.
I like this week. That is a bell to bell Monday, and as this time you probably know the drill of 3 times throughout the day. And yeah, we'll give you a 3 reset. Please stay tuned throughout the day. We really appreciate you joining us. We got 3,300 people in the show right now. Please click like, please click subscribe. We've just busted through the 83,000 subscribers. We're on the march to 100,000 subscribers.
That's us.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure that's going to jive with the team there. I don't think we can do that. Quick influencer update. Just I think we're going to take this page out of their playbook. Very quiet on our influencers. Very little trading. Just like patience is the name of the game. If he does go back to power hour, I'm wrong if you build left early, but I don't like it. If I continue to show above 51.50, yeah, we're going to wait. I'm going to wait this out for now.
Yeah, 51.50, 51.52 in races there. The 51 area, definitely keeping an eye on that for sure. Yeah, there right now, we just did.
You start 51.54, you're about 4 points in the money.
Seeing a little return in the Nasdaq right now. Filling that overnight gap would take us to right around 17,900. We got VWAP at 905, I'm showing. So maybe wait for another bar to close and start scouting out a potential long trade from here.
In Nasdaq, JD.
Not in Nasdaq, yeah. Not ready to dive in just yet. I want to.
Yep. Well, let's play
a little more time to, let it play out for a little bit.
Monday. Watch that FOMC this week. You got some earnings this week. We'll go call McDonald's. I'll talk to you favorite things. He's watching. It's gonna start off this week. AMD this week. We got a lot.
A lot of us waited last week. Last week was sort of a lame. I mean, we were sort of looking really no opportunity. A lot of people are waiting for this week. The balloons are coming up. See how that rocks.
Overnight gap in the Nasdaq has been filled. It wasn't very much, just a couple points up, but it has been breached. We traded back inside range through Friday just by a couple ticks. And we're kind of just hovering around VWAP right now in the NQ. What do you guys see in the ES?
Yes, just seeing a bit of a pullback. Trading 51.49, just tick below, handle below 51.50. Everybody says this is going to be super messy with so much cross currents.
Yep.
Well, go up. Like you see profit, take profit.
You see cross currents? Can you explain that? I mean, I'm not.
Yeah, I think I know what she's saying. I'm not going to speak for her. I'm thinking she says with the Fed coming out and then earnings coming out. Well, I kind of saw this last week with the inflation numbers as well as cross currents with the earnings. Earnings strong, inflation, and GDP less than expected. But I think that Bulls won the day. Bulls won the day, or won the week, I should say.
Yep.
We're selling off in the NASDAQ here, G.
Oh wow.
Sure. I'm looking at it.
Let's see if we can break this. Break the 50. I'll be looking to short.
2340, 240.
240, thank you.
Yeah, past
Come on, baby girl.
45 minutes to get the wires to control.
Want me to hold you? Come on, baby.
It's like stock radio days, right?
We would actually be on the trading for this one. Great days.
Let's see.
Everyone's just giving it a yell and then I myself would be full market.
Let's see.
So when the sell signal there in the NASDAQ, Chad could use you there.
Quarter bit trade. Oh, gold is sold those morning.
Nice, eh? Still has the fastball. Still has the fastball. Well done.
I was looking for this
Nice.
early break.
Alright, let's see what I have.
Range from Friday. I do want to see a little structure before getting to the long side if we're going to jump on a long trade here in the NASDAQ. Next level to the downside we hit.
Right here. And right at 51.43, they just played at 51.44.
Beautiful trade. Beautiful trade.
Nice trade.
And it gets me only point of control in the NASDAQ at 846.75. That'll be our next stop. And settlement price 845.75, just below that. It'll likely be a decent low risk cube trade buy zone, somewhere between I would say 48 and 38. Be a decent buy zone in the NASDAQ if we make down there.
48.30. Yeah, it's 48.38. Got that. 800, 848, 838, JD?
That is correct.
838. T. Jake Cook. Oh man, Jake Cook. You're looking. Okay, great. Jake Cook likes that too. Jake Cook likes that too. Thank you. Great trade on last week on Friday. With Jake Cook and Coach Dakota. Hell of a lot. Just massive class. How to carve up the NASDAQ there. So JD likes that. 848 to 830 by NQ. Alright, we got a trade idea set up here. I didn't see anything in the chat. Concurring with that. Jacob, tight stop. Jacob says tight stop.
Yeah, real tight stop. I look for the lower end of that range, somewhere around 40.
Around 40. Oh. We give those instructions. 15 lot only.
Dollar says we could cover the gap in Q dollars 17.840. That's NASDAQ. But
We're about to tell you point of control from Friday.
What's the price?
51.31.
Volume point of control from Friday is 46.5.
Trade 50s, trade 50s. Did the total 40s. I saw 48s trade. 47s, 46s. They're right in the edge.
I want to see some. I want to see a little structure before we start.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Before we start picking bottoms here.
Yeah. Okay. So we did Friday. We just finished this off.
Are we scaling in on the level once we find it, or are we just sort of loading up our barrels?
I definitely prefer scaling in.
Scale?
Hey, what are you
That's
eating
what I
over
look for
there?
Yeah. You can buy zone.
You eat this stuff over here.
Start attacking all in. All out. I don't like trading the NASDAQ way.
First thing on Monday is pretty dangerous.
It's true. This is some instructions to just trade 15 lots out the gate, but this first trade of the week, why not? Structural looking for JD?
Not quite yet. Still sell. On.
Readers. Still selling. Still selling. Still selling. We're in that zone. Still selling. Jesus.
Still selling.
In zone. When we do it. When we do it.
Who says ES is not taking out its lows?
Oh, shit.
Oh, the overnight lows, yeah. Overlow at 34.5 in the ES.
What do we take out?
Nasdaq has taken out overnight lows.
Shit.
Through volume point.
That was pumping, man.
Big bounce here. Back to basically where we opened out. Looking at a 23.4190 last. Nice little head fake for gold.
RGGD.
Still watching.
Okay.
We got high selling pressure. If I was to jump in the longer, I would do half of a position. I wouldn't go the full 15, and I would keep that stop real tight. Stop probably below
Shit. I need to get out of here.
maybe in the 27, 28 zone. We didn't miss anything, Dre, don't worry.
Nope.
Man.
What do we got
Put him
here?
back here.
Coach, you put a lock from 17 to 8:30. You went really long from 8:35.
I'm gonna put it.
That's what we were looking at. There was heavy selling going on there. I don't think the slow is
Yeah, they got
I
me.
think we're going to test the slow before the move.
If you are on topstepX, if you go to the products that are, you can just join us here. We've added some new products that you can trade. We've added currencies, and we added some of the Chicago Board of Trade stuff. You can see a lot more products that you can choose from.
For all you yield curve buffs out there, we've got the entire,
Uh-oh.
oh yeah.
Yeah, wait till I jump in, and I already have a
5140. I want to see what happens
position
here.
on spreads. I don't even know if we'll have to do it, but we're doing it.
Bad day to be a treasury curve spread. I love curve spread. 56 here.
Dang, they got me again.
Little Boston has some peas.
Got some volume here. And
Yeah,
some
big
people
volume
just
coming in. I need to get out of here.
Lofton wants more quizzes. How many
Just
quizzes
like
do you
that.
want every day, Lofton?
Yes, exactly. How many quizzes?
I'm sure I've been putting together some quizzes, some questions. You know, keep proposals I'm going to throw at everybody.
Ooh, he's been in the lab, I hear. And he's been in the lab cooking up some quiz questions. How did that trade work out?
Opening range trade would have failed today if we put it on.
Wait, would it have been to the upside?
It would have been a buy. If I'm looking at
Yeah.
this. Right, I'm looking at the 1 minute.
Yeah.
We would have bought. Yeah, we would have bought the breakout above 934.5. Yeah, we would
I'm gonna
have.
try one more time.
That's so good. Ooh, those 35s were nice. All good though, all good.
Doing a little pop in the Nasdaq. I move over to a 1 minute chart. Volume is drying up a little bit. Looks like buying pressures appears to be drying up based on volume pressures. We got still 70% of the long side of the MQ, 50% in the ES, pretty flat in the ES. Well back below, weekly kickoff high in the ES also. Trading back inside range, inside value through Friday.
Man, they're going up. They're pushing up again. Let's see the 50 and
I
the
think it's
zero.
like it's almost 2 here, but you also want the ES to fill that Goldbeck's open gap. Something we want to do here.
Between, what was the high
Going
tick?
up here.
40 half. Just high tick. Yeah. We know that.
Okay.
That's in the Nasdaq. Did you say ES already?
I should have waited.
Yes.
I should have waited
Okay.
for the reject off the 50.
So behind the glow
Let's
coming
see.
in,
I'm gonna-
yeah, this is 3175. That would be a fill of the glow X over here. Still taking out overnight lows in the EMS.
Oh wow. Oh, they're pumping
Here
here.
he's got those levels this way up.
Yeah, shitty. I'm probably gonna have to get out of here shortly.
Yup, trust your plan is paid. Just same thing on Friday long day. I don't have to jump it to the first trade. Have a good day. Spot on, Jacob. Spot on. First trading day, week. First trade of the week. We're chilling. %6 long what I am. 75% crude going on crude. I do not have crude chart up at the moment.
We're slowly, we were looking to hit the some lows here.
Not yet.
Pull up here and crude here. Buyers are pretty strong right now. I'm at the dome, and keeping an eye on the tug of war here right now. But buyers are winning the battle here right now. Earlier today, we did see that market off its highs 83.91, and trading right now 83.56 last with the buyers in control.
Yep. Heavy selling in crude oil overnight with those headlines coming out of the Middle East, some key stocks between Israel and Hamas, alleviating some concerns over supply. So we saw a nice move downwards overnight, sort of refilling those overnight prices right now.
And missed that left day for updating there.
Yeah,
We do your top step TV. We're watching out for each other. And it's a bell-to-bell Monday.
Like they say, Andre, safety of numbers.
Yeah, we got good numbers around here these days, so we got a lot of eyes watching. Like we say, it's an Andre, you got some long day ahead, we still have potential 200-point range left in the NASDAQ. Let's do that. That sounds good to me. Alright, starting to see some sellers back here in NQ. So we got some of those lows here, JD. A level of 35, 38, somewhere in there.
Could we have a bounce here? I could see a bounce coming here, so
So
I'm just gonna stay patient. You could always get back in. Waiting for this candle to close to figure out what I want to do here. Yeah.
He said, yeah, any longer we got news dated up. I can't have one see. Spot on. Yeah, we're coming up to our level here, JD. How do we want to place in terms of entry?
the lowest first.
Up new lows, gotcha. And see if it gets rejected. If we can reject the new lows.
No, not yet. Let's see. It's rejecting the low here. Let's see. Damn, that was not nice. That was not good there. Let's see. Ooh, buyers coming in. Let's look at the DOM.
There she is. Someone in the green room there. Oh,
Who's it?
no, it's a.
Oh.
There she is.
Hello again.
Hello, how's everyone doing? Good
Take some
morning,
profit there real quick.
good
Let's go ahead and
afternoon.
move this like that.
What a way to start the week. Yeah, out here with us, I tell ya.
That's very kind, very good to see everyone.
What's up?
I'm back.
Or you?
Yeah, I'm back in London. I travelled over the weekend. Yeah, so I'm gonna try to have a bit of a rest because every time I'm with mom, she always wants to do stuff, she wants to chat, and then I have to like see people. It's always
Oh yeah. You could be a daughter. You could be a daughter. Is what you're trying to say.
Ooh, there could be a bounce here. Let's see. Staying patient
Yeah,
here.
see what's
Look
up,
at
guys.
that. Look at the table.
Yeah, that's the low. They're bouncing off the low again. Waiting
Talk to
patiently.
me.
I don't like that leakage there. Oh, that's ugly. There could be a pop here.
Sellers.
Okay, I like the idea of taking some minutes, not a full fucking lap position. Stack a couple 2 laps, 3 2 laps below. So I'm not still fully convinced that this sun pressure is done, but it is starting to ease off a little bit. So I would start at right around 30, 30 bid for 2, 25 bid for 2, 20 bid for 2.
For the house account, did it depend on the Toby ideas?
For the house account. House idea.
We're doing NASDAQ, are we?
In the NASDAQ.
NASDAQ right now, yes. Oh, we just ran away from it.
It's not over, right? NASDAQ is overcast.
Yes, it does.
How could it?
Yeah, that's not fair. Exactly what we're trying to do here, indeed. You look at the chart, and all the guys are trying to get along, okay?
Oh, it's gonna bounce here. Is it gonna bounce? Shit, it is gonna bounce.
Yes.
I'm just looking at main bars for different time frames. Emery wants to know how I'm looking for using something. Just looking at bars in different time frames.
I added at the wrong place, guys.
There's a lows here.
So we got the new low in the NASDAQ.
Three here. What do you put on 3? Coach says we're going to test this. We're going to test the hundreds here.
Strong possibility of that. That's where we're keeping risk retail. Okay. If we're working 30 bid for 3, we would put a stop in.
I pulled it.
Well, it's a good move.
We will kind of probably dip to 800. I'm starting to see a bunch of people saying 800 here. 800 test.
It's not going. It doesn't want to break. It might pop here. I'm just waiting patiently.
It's dropping.
Yeah, it's
into
popping.
the
It's
value
popping.
area.
It's
And
popping.
it's spending time there, so any longs here, they have point of control from Friday in this area. We do have settlement all like bunched up. We're on the same time. So the fact that it's value acceptance potential, and we're coming off from this supply, I'm not sure, you know, the longs
Everybody's
are
popping
very
up here. I need to get out of this
iffy to me,
position,
yeah.
man,
So I
before
would
it starts
agree with the
burning me
rest of the
hard.
people who are saying we'll test 800s. That's definitely a possibility.
I'm gonna watch this triple zone on top of us.
Test 800s and
I'm
might
gonna use
be
that as my.
and then
Oh man, that's not looking
Yes.
good. I'm already giving up. Already losing a lot here.
I'm saying 796 will get buy zone.
Man, that was ugly. That was ugly. It's gonna go back to the 9 now.
Value area
I
high
should minimize some risk
13.
here.
Okay.
We have a volume value area low from Friday at 798.
Yeah.
So wait for 800. Be patient.
It looks like the consensus here in chat. It says 78, and this is 814. David says the 780s. He says there's a level around 820s. Hands 802.
A lot of volatility coming here. All we can do is stay patient. I'm watching this double zone here.
I'm gonna chop that first, alright? Chop the slab. Maybe we would've got those 30s. There's JD. Nope.
I missed it by a half tick.
2 ticks. 2 half a tick.
Half a point, 2 ticks.
God. The outside.
Half a point, half an inlet. Yes.
Yeah, they're squeezing up here, it looks like. Let's see. Here's the 20 MA.
Okay, that's okay.
Good luck first.
4,100 people watching.
Shit.
I just don't feel like it's missing though.
I honestly don't either. Felt more like it on Friday. Eventually we got in, had a nice winner, but those first 3 that we kind of missed. Yes, phone with the king a little bit. Cruise Snooze Fest, look at say he's Cruise Snooze Fest indeed. Is that true?
Dang, it's going.
it is,
It's
it's
squeezing up.
quite slow, like most of the action would happen either overnight or during the initial bounce. And then after that, it would get stuck within like a 30 to 45
Man, Monday is one of
range.
those days.
So if you're looking for momentum trades, for me that's not that market right now, which is why I moved on to gold. I'm looking forward to getting some RV, RWOG, which
No, don't do that.
Futures and topstepX. So if anyone from support is listening, please gas some futures, because that has a very good range of over 400 ticks, so we can find good opportunities. And it's kind of like crude oil's twin. Everything is very similar, but just more exaggerated. So that would be a good alternative. But for now, I'm still sticking away from crude. I'm sticking with GC. I've had, 2 decent weeks back to back, just going to trade micros, 4 or 5 micros. So now it's time to start bumping up the position size slowly, and to wait for either crude oil to come back, which is not very likely considering that we're now, what, 3 months?
Man,
It's still not
get out here.
really very consistent on a day-to-day basis for Nuggets in particular. Yeah, it's new to us to
I should have waited. I broke my rule again. I didn't wait 30 minutes before the open.
I mean, it's like with crude. I mean, anything can happen. That's one of the most fragile right now, with everything going on with the Middle East.
Yeah, they could cup up here. Let's see.
Break, run rally. I mean, just go nuts out at any time. So you're trading crude. Make sure to stop on, cover your butt. CYA. You know, I mean, it's just still.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very fragile.
And you've seen a couple questions in the chat here. What is bell to bell? What's a
Yeah,
bell
they got
Monday?
me, man.
What are bell? What's a bell bell? We talk about
Yeah, make sure I trade
Today's
smart.
bell Monday. We usually do it on Monday, so nice little surprise. Kicking off the week. Last week, yeah. This week, pretty crazy to think about. Andy, what's bell to bell? What do we do? What do we do here?
We open the show with a bell.
Yeah.
And we close the show with a bell. Okay? And what bell is, we're going to have...
Oh, these guys are going to come back and push down
So we're
now?
going to hit at the top
Oh,
of the
that's not going to be cool.
top of the chat, where you've got to fill out free forms separate times in the day. And if you do check in 3 times, you're going to get one free reset. Okay? Some of us have gone through this. For some of us are new, asking, what the hell is a bell to bell? So what the main focus is being with us here, from opening bell to closing bell. And sporadically, we will have 3 of these forms pinned at the chat, top of the chat, for you to fill out. You get all 3, and you're eligible for a free reset. We will send that to you, I think, within a day or 2. We'll get a date. I'll get that pinned down. What time and what day we will send it out. It's usually a day or 2 after all the bell. So keep that in mind. And for those that are new here, you're checking out.
My luck, man, my luck.
Added some new products, a lot of cool new products. So if you are on topstepX,
Yeah, I'm going to definitely walk away here.
You're gonna go,
I'm going to have to
look
walk
how many
away here.
we
This is
have
not
now.
good.
They have a Thank you, Andre.
Thank you. Any food income? Another. Hey, I guess I'm here. No. In our chat. First bell to bell form. 9:37, just 29 minutes. The first form will drop. 9 minutes. It was surprised. Gee, you got a bit of a pop there, too. Pop about 40 plays it in the NASDAQ.
We did. We almost hit the VWAP. We got a VWAP at 890.
Oh, ooh. You have it.
Monday morning. He had something to say.
Yeah.
What were you going to say?
Oh, I just said that they added currencies and bonds, but I was like, they did not cancel it, you just said.
Did you vote for it?
Yeah, I keep in, there's somebody who actually said, look, can we add RB? And I said, yes, please, voting for that, so I keep clicking on it and stuff, but obviously they're working through the list, like, you can see it. We just need to be a bit patient, so.
Yeah, every week new stuff is going up, so. Exactly, just stay patient. We'll get to whatever you guys want, we're gonna get to it eventually.
What?
I like that. That's the JD guarantee for everybody out there. That JD said it will happen.
Selling cars.
Bye-bye.
We got those inflatable dogs. We got those inflatable clown heads.
The inflatable doll, yeah.
Oh, bad phrasing. Bad phrasing. What do we got to do better? Let's do better is right. You are absolutely right. Okay, 17,870 here, NASDAQ. Range.
Someone saying, our Bob is so whippy, how do you trade that? I traded the same way as crude oil. Yeah, it's you have to scale the stops. You can't use like 20 and 30 ticks on there. So I actually use anywhere from 65 to 72 ticks for a stop, and then it becomes just like anything else. As long as you just scale the sensitivity of the position down, it's not that way. It's actually pretty liquid. So yeah, certainly not as crazy as I can do.
This 510, man, it's getting me again. Shit, what am
A
I
little
doing?
insight on
Today's a
Question was
shitty
asked
day.
regarding bell to bell. When will I get it reset if I fill out all 3 check-in forms? We're going to send those codes out on Wednesday morning, and you'll have it until May 15th at 12 o'clock, high noon, or they will expire.
Use or lose it. Anything popping in gold over there? I do not have.
You know, I tell you, it's really not too active here right now. Slow motion, I think you got a better chance in Nasdaq than the S&Ps right now, but, you know, taking a look here, we're trading 23.47 even, we're hanging around here for a while. But,
Yeah, what I'm seeing in gold, we open inside value, which immediately means we need some more information, and it made a neutral day type, which
Shit.
means it extended the first hour trading range to both sides, get another little remarkable bridge bound day possibility, and we are kind of set below the very low time frame 89 moving average, so that kind of puts it on maybe a short somewhere here. But again, it's so early. I'm not really liking it either at the moment. Maybe for like ace hits, so I might pop in like a couple of trading times, stop that they don't go back the other way. But yeah, I'm not really seeing all that much. Nothing juicy in the moment.
no, I'm looking at the film, really not much out of the way. So let's look at some bigger offers here at 43.80. Nothing to write home about, but keep an eye on it.
Nasdaq, still very thin, or S&Ps, still thin. We are about 35 minutes into this trading week. Since the liquidity start piling in. Now, maybe this afternoon, maybe around 10 o'clock in 55 minutes. And if I Central Time, that is. JD, anything coming in? Kind of in the middle of this range right now.
Yeah, we are. We built a little bit of structure to the downside of the NASDAQ. The buying pressure should dried up real fast. I'm still liking that initial buy zone that I was talking about from like 45 to 35. That might be a good play right now. But again, have position size to keep these stops real tight, just below current lows would be my play. Hoping that a new low doesn't print.
45 ES or 45 NASDAQ, JD? Because
NASDAQ, I'm looking at NASDAQ.
Okay, good. Okay, gotcha.
Hey guys, we got Big Ben in the chat saying, any reason why the house account is not short NQ? Then give us a reason why we should be, and we're going to give you a reason where we are.
I like that. Any reason why we're not? I don't have an answer for you. No, if we don't have a reason, those levels never came in. We were looking for some longs. We just see a
And it just bounced off 50
Oh, man.
points
What
from
am I doing?
the session low, so there's your reason there.
I
Do
do
short.
like those types of
You're looking
questions.
at like, why not short? Everything's
love
so
it.
easy in hindsight, isn't it? Like, oh yeah, why would you buy a short? Because don't price before.
It's the devil. It's the deal we signed up for, D. It's what we signed up for.
Exactly. Yeah.
No.
Damn if you do, damn if you don't, you know?
I love it. Because Andre missed the button. It doesn't
30?
Oh, wait.
No, that's what I'm for.
Doing it for a hard
I
time.
should get all
By
buttons these days.
I sure do, D. It's
Poor
okay.
Andre.
It's okay. We are rallying right now. My goodness, JD, those levels have been real nice looking back at it right now. We're taking some heat though.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why you don't short what we're at that. That's why you're not short what we're at.
They could come back
If we're
hard
gonna
here
short, should be a
too.
good the spot to do it right back to the VWAP, you
It
know.
would be, yeah. And it's also a value high from the inside post value
Exactly.
acceptance. So it is a level.
What is this level, guys? Talk to me. What's the price in the NQ?
Value high. Value high, we're just at it now. So 17, 18, I can't read it from here.
90.
Yeah, it's 94, 95.
500.
And yesterday's high at 901.5, which is also the weekly high for this week, 901.5.
901 half. Okay. See if we can get up there. I do like how, I don't want to say picky, but we're extra judicious getting these houses on trades. We're really talking out. I want first just force out a level. Throw a level up there, go look at the charts, refer to the charts, refer to the levels, talk it out. Then we ask you. I like
We
that.
talk about scaling in, not a trade. it should be sort of Monday morning. We should sort of scale in on our positions and so forth. We should be jumping in with big size right away. Feel it out. All right, scale yourself in. Besides scaling it in any trades, right? Pick out the opportunity.
I like that.
Yeah, Monday mornings are definitely not for cannonballs. You don't know what the temperature of the water is yet, right? So
No, you don't. Adrian Elgar asked a very good question. Andre, why are you not long from the lows?
yeah,
That 50 day, I didn't see
Sure.
it. Is that 50
I,
day?
it's not me, it's the house. It's good. I want to make corrections. Not me, it's the
Oh
house.
man, that's
The
ugly.
house. Simply a robot that just clicks. Yes, very good question.
Yeah.
So this next 5-minute bar in the Nasdaq is about to close. Just looking at volume bars, you see on a dry enough the long side in the Nasdaq. We might be able to take a pretty cheap short here.
All right. I can work an offer at 901. Let's go for 5 at 901.
I mean, we do have value acceptance out to the downside, and we just tested the value high and view up. You know,
The code
if
is
we
in there.
get some sellers,
On that.
might be an idea. So if everyone agrees, that'll be the trade.
Price.
We're short at
Well-
8.90. Are we
Yeah,
in?
891.
We are now. Sold 5.
Okay. Yeah.
Short 5 from 890 half. Where's where did I say 5 at 890 half? Stop. No. We should move this stop to.
Definitely above
Say again. $500.
above the round number. Above the round number, I would say.
Gotcha.
Somewhere.
Now let Michael start. All right, we got stop at 912. 912. Only 5. We're short 5. House is short 5 from 890 half. Stop working. Damn. Let's
912, did you say?
912, yes. Scale and see some downside movement here.
Yep.
5 right now. What prices do we need to follow through to here, JD? Sell 5 more. D. You guys both like that?
I don't like scaling in, so JD, you take that one.
Alright.
I'd say
I appreciate that.
I would say below 83 might give us a run to back to the 60s.
Cool.
You say 83, what are we talking? Because I'm looking at 83s in the crude here right
Thank
now.
you.
Yeah, no.
We're short the Nasdaq right now.
All right, let's definitely make sure we keep that up front.
Danielle says, great conversation we're having here, guys. So we're doing something right this Monday. What's up, this trade place? Huh? Danielle? No. We are short 5 from 17,890. For a push through to 83s.
Hovering just above VWAP right now, which is at just 90. We're basically short at VWAP, the MQ.
Like another level. Good job. Short view at. So yeah, what's the tilt looking like? 74% long.
We might be a little muted, John Mick.
Yeah, Mick's looking for answers for what it sounds like. Mick's looking for answers. I heard that part.
I heard that.
He's
one
loading up
too.
he's trying to load up the combines to the short side for us.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I want to just give some props out to our community and chat. We got a lot of participation on Monday, and we really appreciate that. And then not only that we're asking for it, it's helping other people too. And by all means, if you call it good level, that's going to help you up the best. So keep that up. Great participation here. Props to our traders.
Season fall through the downside. We might take a peek above 17,900. Here we go. Stop up at 12 half. Do you think there's enough space between the big round? You said not right, but right near the round number. And when you met the round number 17,800, stop at not 12. Is that enough space in your mind? Is that enough space? Okay. Cool.
It's enough space. If we get all the way up there, then we'll be outside the value area, and we're going to be above VWAP, in which case that's an invalidation of the trade idea.
Okay. Excellent.
Agreed. Yeah.
Great. Confirmation from the experts. You got max 7, I'm told, last year. They are pumping. The answer says cut 8. Sam says 19, just to maybe that's where he wants to stop. Okay, what do we got? We'll get a pull here going. Need some follow through down to 83s. Looking to 5 more into 83s. 83. Cut bait, MG says.
Yeah, keeps bouncing off our entry.
It's okay. Let's just commit to it.
What are you guys looking at for the stop?
We got 912 half right now.
912.
Enough room above the fat round number. JD and D really like that play. I agree. I tend to agree.
Yeah. Looking at the way
Like,
volume's playing on the NASDAQ, it looks like one of those trades where, like, if we do get stopped, we're gonna get top ticked before the break, you know, kind of thing.
well, let's see. We're talking ourselves out just because they didn't go our way right away.
It's easy to tuck yourself out of a trade when you're in.
Oh, I tried to
Sure is.
sell.
I do it all the time.
I
do it all the
I'm messing
time.
up again.
Yeah, same.
When the market, when it doesn't go your direction right away, you start finding reasons. Oh, why isn't this broken my way? Why is this broken my way? You start looking for reasons. Sure enough.
Yeah, I like to use maximum adverse expression for that, MAE number. Rather than freaking out all the time, I look at how much my winning trades, how much of a drawdown my winning trade suffered, and then I add a few ticks to that. And if it goes over that, that will be my bail point. But if it doesn't, if it just kind of, meanders around there, then I stay in.
Like that.
It's usually pretty obvious when you're super wrong. But yeah, it's a good point. But I don't think we have enough data yet on the house count to use that number, because we ideally need about 50 trades of the same product. Yeah. Otherwise, it's not statistically relevant. It's just a few trades here and there.
Here's something interesting. Our good friend SS. Andre cut bait and offer 17.9 orders is short. He's saying wait till this market rallies a bit. And then turn the system around and offer it short. What do you see up there, SS?
Yeah, why that number?
Yeah, context, please. Throw it in there.
You can just throw numbers in there.
It's oddly specific. Yeah, it's oddly specific, and yet no explanation of what he's looking at. It's like, give us a reason, man. Come on.
Well, I mean, it's,
Buy.
No.
Don't buy.
Uh-oh.
Don't buy. Why? Why do you want us to buy? Tell us, please. And then you got somebody else saying,
5150 rejection.
why shouldn't we buy?
See what happens here?
Little meat behind that.
Yeah, 5150 rejection, guys.
Alright, peak above 79.
Shit.
That's conviction. Let's see if we can get some push to the downside here.
I'm gonna wait here.
Right back to the
5150.
back to our entry.
So bipolar though, I'm just looking at the book map.
Chop suey.
Chop sueys, right?
See, gold is pretty liquid, but it's nowhere near as neurotic. I might actually try it short. No.
Shit.
Speaking of neurotic, I watched the movie Glass last night.
Oh, really?
Oh, is that the, it was a sequel to Unbreakable, right? With,
Unbreakable, it was those three movies combined in one.
83's, 83's there, JD, you're looking? We get a push?
Below 83, back to 60.
Alright.
And someone said, I wanted, in the chat, I did mention filling the gap, then look for longs after that. That first move lower, the initial break went a lot deeper than I really anticipated. So I started getting the, just that feeling that sellers were in control early on. And like I said, it's a flexible bias, you know, I'm not married to any early calls that I make. You know, let the market dictate the terms for you. But yeah, that was my initial bias. Let the NASDAQ follow the overnight gap, then look for structure to buy. That was the play. It's looking like right now.
Wow, they squeezed up harder right there.
With the longs? I know.
Everything's 20/20 in hindsight, you know, but we're short.
Monday morning quarterbacks, JD. I must say though, I've never just chilled out in NASDAQ trade for this long before. We go higher, but what's what we calling for a NASDAQ trade? I might catch some buyers here.
Yeah, this 5150, watch out, guys. I would not go long until we break the
Almost
5150.
5,000 viewers right now.
That's a good number. And guess what's coming up in about 10 minutes?
Yeah.
They're lining up, no pushing, no shoving. All right. It's not very much.
Trader asks, can we also consider a time step up? When we get to the trade, there was no time stop put on this. Commit to a level, we're going to stick to those levels. We'll go from there.
It's
Time stop would
rejecting
be just
5150,
discretionary.
guys.
It's not discretionary trade. Good levels up against VWAP.
I've got a one
If you're gonna please tell us.
Yes, gold. I shorted at 23.47.9.
Rejecting the
Listing
5150.
250 on it. Reasons why we have some settlement bounds, and there's some second standard deviation. We have a neutral day type. So we'll see if that brings me a little bit of a downside move. $3.47.9. And my stop is just above 23.50.4. So fairly tight. This is more a neutral day type play, so I'm not looking for some massive trade. If I get 23.44, that would be great. If I get 23.45, that would be cool as well. If it starts to go higher, I'm gonna bail. So we've already had a bounce from 23.50 and some slowdown.
We go all long. I'm long on gold. The chat here. We got nothing really on tilt. I start to firm up a little bit, JD. That's okay.
Yeah, sure is.
You're gonna get a start to. Man, that was long. It's long down there. Market doing whatever it wants. Per usual, Dolby. Yeah, I know. It's kind of how it's
They got me.
rules.
Oh. 5152. Let's see.
We're in this trade now. Let's trade. And Q Delta is positive now. Thank you, Donald. John is out for the day. He's enjoying some well-deserved personal time.
Yeah. We'll be back tomorrow.
Oh, we'll be back tomorrow.
He had some friends visiting from out of town over the weekend.
Trader friends.
That's nice.
It's
Just
an ugly
palmist.
candle.
That's our trade we've ever been in.
Ugly candle.
Somebody's asking what platform I'm using. I am on topstepX for executions, but I have a charting thing that I use
Yeah, they
on
got me good.
M Futures
They got me
MetaTrader
good.
5,
They got
where I
me
have
good.
my own
Look
indicators.
at that.
The
What a
Blotting
rejection.
Technology
5150.
team. I'm a director there as well. So it's just something that I've learned to do in my career. I always use a slightly different charting package, and that prevents fat finger trades and kind of dragging levels and then going, oops, did not meant to do that.
Venting fat finger
So
trades
that's why
saves you lots of money.
Yes, exactly. And actually, somebody's asking, do I like Cap? Well, we sort of have a bit of a business relationship with them because the reason why Galactic MP, market profile, looks the way it does is because Dan, the CEO, he.
Oh shit!
he
Sold
worked
5
with
more,
us on
JD.
that.
Hold 5 more, JD. We were breaking. Sold 5 more.
Nice. Nice. Okay.
So we're short 10 from 84 now.
Oh,
There's
okay.
10 from 85. 10 for 85 there. We were short 10 from 85.
I mean, it's
Nicholas says the open interest in NASDAQ ES has increased as price just increased last week. This indicates short covering. Would you agree?
We saw the PJ
Don't
profiles.
hold the trade. Close it now.
What?
Why?
That's
Why?
not fun. Okay. Decent
Price is
profit.
coming. Let's
Cover
please,
half at
let us
65.
know.
Half of 65 will do.
Yeah, we saw the P-shaped profiles on the equities for Friday. Those do indicate short covering, and typically you get some follow through when you see those P-shaped profiles. I know Deanna could probably speak quite a bit more to that than I can. What do you typically look for when you see a P-shaped profile?
Yeah, the PJ profiles have. By the way, I took 200 bucks on that gold trade short. So that's my trade idea. You got there. So a little bit of a buffer for the day. So now that I've done that, I can talk. With the pre-shape profile, you usually have a pretty aggressive move to the upside if you're talking P-shape profile. And then usually you get a bit of a follow through before it settles in a range, thereby creating that distribution curve. We have quite the opposite today. We have moved downside, so if anything, this would probably be, if we do end up in a B-shaped profile, then the opposite. It's the longs liquidating, and thereby giving us that quick move to the downside, settling at the bottom of that range. Today, I don't think there's any cause to look for short covering because we sold off straight from the open, and that would be opposite in the P shape. So I don't think we're in danger of that today. We do have value acceptance to the downside, so that's a special situation play that John and I talk about a lot. If anything, like things are stacked in the short's favor.
Oh yeah.
Just looking at where we're coming from as well. Look at my chart. Let's go up to some larger time frames. We have some distribution happening on a 4-hour chart, and there is a bit of a speed bump there. It's not a huge
That
level,
5150
but
scary.
there were some sellers from there that brought a pretty significant move away, and that's where we are. So that also goes in favor of shorts. Having said that, this is an equity index. At any one point they can just decide, hey, this is actually pretty low. Let's do. But I don't think it's a be short covering. It's more likely to be just a regular old trending day if we get that. It's still too early. We still have 3 minutes before the initial
Apple's
is
dumping
over,
hard.
and then we can see which side this thing is going to extend. If it extends downside and stays below, you can then hold this until the chickens come home. Because we're then in a sell-off situation.
Chicken?
Yeah.
Take
I think it was when the cows
You got it. You hungry? Here we go.
Cows, chickens,
I like that.
We do have a number coming
I
up.
thought I would mix it up.
What's the number,
No,
JD?
what's the number?
Guys on the price tell us bed in about 3 minutes.
It's not real.
Dale's trying to
How dare you?
No, I'm kidding. Well, in terms of like having a gift flat, I'm not getting flat from Dale's bed. We're not getting flat from Dale's bed, I should say. You're not getting flat from Dale's bed.
We're hearing chickens now.
Yeah, they're
My
loving it.
chickens
They're
are coming home. They're out all night drinking.
Yes, they were.
He's asking, why hasn't MP incorporated your setups on topstepX D? Because they're my setups.
Ooh. I can't
No,
either.
I'm not saying it won't happen. It's just that my team, I'm joking. The primary reason is because my team is more C# and C++, and topstepX is actually JavaScript. So I don't exactly have a development team that does that. But you know, it's not to say that at some point in the future we might get some BlackTech indicators in there as well. We have had a chat. I had a chat with my team, and they're up for it. But we just maybe need to bring in at least one JavaScript person. Then ask her to try to go. Yeah, let's change how we code.
Might be to buy the dip there. 84% long gold, 70% long YM.
Glad to be in love with that one.
Yeah. They're just chilling around 17,900 right now. I thought we were going to have a push to the downside there, JD. Couldn't get any follow through. We are, lost a lot of steam right there. Again, we were short 10 from 17,885. If 85s, we were short 10 from scaled in.
Well, Mr. Oz just rickrolled us here in chat, and what that means is we're going to be bringing in Jack next here.
Oh.
And when he's ready, he'll be here at fast. And I will get back in the trunk. The spare tire.
Man,
Jerry
they're
Bryan
gonna,
is saying complete JavaScript is
are they
still
gonna
being used
sell
in
them
2024.
again, like last time?
Every web-based platform uses JavaScript, so I don't know why you're so surprised about that.
Remember when JavaScript?
Even Tradingview is like TimeScript. It's like it's kind of like a derivative of Python, a very dumbed down version. So everything is just like scripting languages that are moved on one. Sorry, I'm nerding out on you guys now.
I like it. Remember when JavaScript was the hot thing? Now
Yeah.
it's already old hat, huh, Deanna? Interesting.
Yeah, it is, yeah. Yeah, JavaScript's a pretty nice language.
Looks like we're gaining some strength here. Stop. Want to get Jack in here. I see he's in the green room getting ready.
Right.
Ah, they're gonna get us. They're gonna get us.
Ready to swing it, Jack. Jack, you ready?
Yep. Ringing the doorbell.
There it is. Ring the doorbell. There it is. Wow.
Ooh, that's a spooky one.
It's more like a church bell.
Yeah.
Well, what's going on, folks? Still in that NQ trade?
We are still in that NQ trade. Almost got stopped out. Very close. It's coming. Okay, just a 10 last, so we can go all in.
Just a
Good
10
day, Jack.
That's what I want.
How's it going, Mr. 10 last, just on ours. Good day. Here, Jack. Welcome aboard. It's a Bill the Bell Monday. It's kind of a slow start. How's your weekend, Jack?
My weekend was fine. I am not feeling particularly well in my throat right now. I think I'm coming down with something. So we'll see if we can get through it. But I had to force myself to be on because today is Bond's Day in topstepX.
Yes.
How excited are you, Jack?
I can barely contain my glee. And also, I've already put on kind of like a sicko trade I'm just going to hold all day. I'll walk through it at some point, but I'm also not sure you're allowed to do this in the trading combine. So, Mick, if you can clarify that, what I have on right now is I am long 8 ZT futures and short 2 ZBs.
Wow.
I.e. the entire curve
Hedging.
steepener. I want to talk to MP about putting this trade on for size in the
This is
house
spread
account.
traders for you. This is
Yeah.
spread traders for you. They just want market neutral strategies that don't have a lot of risk.
Exactly what he's doing,
Where's the
Steve.
edge? Where's the edge? It's market neutral. We look for asymmetrical opportunities on one product, not two. That's cheating. I don't like it.
I'm just having fun with it, but there's a big difference. Like, that's a lot of curve between the ZT and the ZB. And as you can see, I've had this trade on for like an hour, and
Nothing.
I'm down $2 when I was up 500. So we'll see what happens. But I'm pretty comfortable holding this all day and helping out with house account.
Oh, speaking of house account, we did get stopped out there. We stopped down. We were currently down $5,555 in the house account. Shorts didn't really want to go there. All good. Get short, get VWAP, hit some levels. We did get top down.
All right,
Good.
another one.
Yeah. That's fun. JD, if we get top tick, how pissed will you be?
It's going
He's on
home.
mute.
No?
JD's on mute. $5. We're starting with $5 fines for that. Still on mute, JD. So trading 17,913 in the NASDAQ. Should be a bid here. Not really. The end of next trade there, you did worry about capturing 200
Oh
right out the
man,
gate.
almost. They're gonna reject here nicely now.
Sitting on my hands for a while.
I was hoping they'd go to the top a little bit, but let's see if we have one more push, and I'll be getting out here.
Short life.
JD, I'm gonna drop my
Oh,
Venmo
man,
next
that's
to the
ugly.
fines. I think that's a good idea with the $5
That
bucks.
is ugly.
I think I'm just playing with the button so much.
That is ugly.
All four,
Everybody wants to
Jack.
hear Titan going on.
That is
It just
ugly.
malfunctions.
Oh man, give up all my profits right there on that stupid trade, man. Let's see. I need to minimize my risk here.
5,000 people watching right now. Now, form is coming shortly. So what am I?
Oh, I bought more on
We got form
accident.
coming out. We got news to do.
When I'm trying to sell. Shoot.
Yeah, you want to see some hot streaks? Let's do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Excellent guess. Let's do it.
Man, that was horrible. That was a horrible position.
James, you got some overlays?
I'm just gonna have to stay
Here
patient
are your
and
fun
manage this
trader
position.
hot streaks. We did lose
That's
3
a big
traders
red
on this
volume.
board
That is scary.
from Friday. Arianas and James Beeple took about $1,000 drawdowns on Friday, ending both of their 30-day
All bad.
streaks.
All
Only a good one
bad.
for both those traders. We also lost Loic,
What is this?
Loic, who dropped about $60 trading the NASDAQ in the down on Friday. Loic ended his streak
How
after
does that work?
21 consecutive days.
How does that work? Let's see.
With Arian and James out, that moves Brian M into the top spot. Brian is sitting on a 22-day heater. Joshua also moved up. Joshua is now 20 days. And we can now
Shit,
say hello
man.
to 3 newcomers,
Fucking
Brian, Richard,
shit,
and Robert.
horrible.
Welcome to the show. Smile. You're on Top Step TV.
Sweet.
Very nice. You see the NASDAQ, Andre?
I just saw what it did. I just saw it.
I don't understand what happened there.
All right.
Go on. Did he?
Yesterday's best, live funded PMLs. All familiar names here.
Yep.
Isaac pulled off a nice day, made it back in the leaderboard. We're going to be seeing that in just a little bit. Nick T, Dakota Pin, and Prince, all with nice days trading in the live funded account. These guys are the best of the best here at Top Step. Isaac, Nick, and Dakota, we're going to see. They're all going to be making appearances on TV later this week. We have Dakota on Power Hour Wednesday and Fast Markets on Friday. And then Nick D and Isaac will be sharing the stage for the Funded Traders Takeover, which is at 1 o'clock Central Time on Thursday. So make sure you're here for those segments. Best Traders Top Step coming on TV. Show you what it is.
So real trades, one account, real P&Ls. We're here at Top Step. Nice numbers. Nice numbers. Not the easiest trade right now. JD, this year's dip below 17.9. Buyers came in. Buyers came in fiercely.
They did. VWAP's holding.
Yeah, it is holding some stage too. Jack, tell us about that exhilarating treasury trade. I love it, man. I'll spread it
Back
I'll
up.
spread it to
Yeah,
you. So,
exactly. So basically, I'm looking for, here, if you show my screen real quick. This is just for fun, like a long-term trade. I'll share this tab instead, so I don't have these charts up. It's basically looking very long-term here. Seeing sort of this double bottom. I'm looking for the yield curve to uninvert, right? The thing is, this is a very long trade. It's not for day trading. I just more wanted to use this as a proof of concept that I could indeed put a spread on this, and it seems that I can. So if I'm not allowed to do that, I'll legalize. And I will stop.
Addicted to the game right there. Addicted to the spread game.
Also, if you haven't traded bonds before, they don't move up like the NASDAQ, I'll tell you what.
We don't.
Slow and steady.
There goes the NASDAQ.
I wouldn't call
Hey,
it slow steady. I would call it get out of the car and change the tire and slow.
You could definitely go sleep with the treasury spread
If
on,
you
no
go to
problem.
sleep, you can go have some lunch, go about your day, you come back and it's like 3 ticks in profit. It's like, wow, that's amazing. Here we are.
You guys you need some more like Zen attitude, right?
Yes.
Right.
I have Zen attitude. I can sit and trade for 2 hours, but there is a cut-off point to my Zen where I just, sitting there and going, come on. Come on.
I love the troll level in the chat too.
Oh,
He
they're
says,
getting the JD now. They're getting
You're
the
nice
JD
people.
now.
You're all very nice people, but you have no idea what you're doing.
You nailed it, my man.
Between
You're right.
between the three of us, we have close to 80 years of trading experience. Just between the three of us, right? No idea what we're doing. Yeah, that's true.
Look at JD.
For all the time, nobody knows what they're doing.
JD clapping back in the chat. I love it. I love it. You guys broke JD. You know how hard that is to do? Good job, Chad. Good job.
This is why I asked, are we sure we want to do NQ? And you're like, yes, we do NQ. It's like, okay. But this is why I don't like trading NASDAQ, because it kind of wags around significant levels. Just randomly like overshoots for about 30 points, no reason whatsoever, and then it comes back. And it's neurotic. This is why I'm like, not sure. Yes, I know it's slower, but it's a lot more predictable.
Oh, Coach Dakota wants to know, how did you bowl? It's a free.
We lost the heartbreaker.
Oh,
Here's how. So we broke down. We did the semifinals and the finals in one night, so it was kind of like the final four. We lost our semifinal match. It went down to, it was best 3 games. Each round's best 3 games. Went down to the rubber match. Rubber match is basically we were tied 1 game apiece, so we played the third game, kind of a bowl off, and it was he did one of the best bowling matches of this season. We went down. We lost by about 6 pins, I think it was.
Yeah.
To give up the semis, it was a heartbreaker for sure. We won our consolation match though, so we took 3rd place in the tournament and 2nd place in overall points. So we'll be seeded 2nd when the new season starts. We also took home some nice cash prizes for various things. 3rd place was cash prize, and then like high handicap series, high scratch series, high handicap game, high scratch game. Some players on my team. Everybody walked home with a little on my team. We didn't take the trophy, but we didn't walk away empty handed, so it was a good time.
That's nice. Dakota's in the chat saying that he needs to teach you how to sandbag.
It's hard to sandbag. The league's so long, it goes 6 months. We start in October,
Jesus.
we end in April, so it's a marathon. It's hard to sandbag, very hard, because you're average.
Right here. Again, thank you, Jack.
Yeah, I just wanted to show a chart here. The last time that the 10-year Treasury yield was where it is now, the PE, the forward PE for the S&P 500 was in the 14 to 15 range. Today, it's at 20 plus. I would blame the AI craze, a lot of other things for that, but something
Close. Jack, are we gonna just hold off on the news for now then?
I mean, if we don't have a trade, I can share a few stories. Let me put a little of them up real quick.
Yeah, okay.
We'll talk about that.
Yeah, he's playing good, man. It's Michael Jordan's blue game right here. Again, thank you, Jack.
Yeah, I just want to show a chart here. The last time that the 10-year Treasury yield was where it is now, the PE, the forward PE for the S&P 500 was in the 14 to 15 range. Today, it's at 20 plus. I would blame the AI craze, a lot of other things for that, but something to keep an eye on because if those bubbles shrink, stocks are coming in hard.
Ooh.
Also, something interesting I saw from Bloomberg this morning. Stocks trade for 390 minutes a day, but increasingly only 10 minutes matter. 1/3 of all S&P 500 trades now occur just before the close. We have a visualization of that on the next image here.
Say it again, Jack. Say it again.
So, 1/3, and these are stocks. This is not, well, futures, I don't believe.
Right.
But 1/3 of all S&P 500 trades now occur just before the close.
Huh.
And that is the just highest it's been.
But we're doing our best to bring that MOC data as fast as we can.
Yes.
So we're
Good
just
job,
figuring
buddy.
that out.
Turn it in. Well done. Yes, excellent stuff. 10 minutes matter. In 390 minutes, 10 minutes matter. That's why you don't overtrade.
Yeah. big money coming in at the end for Power Hour. And also, that form is coming very shortly. We have worked out and back. It will be in a matter of minutes.
Well, we're just jumping around right now. Do you guys think going over in gold? Or about anything popping over there?
Nothing yet. It's still hanging around 2350. If that continues, I might have another sort of base hit, or like 20, 30 points takes. But for now, I'm just waiting to see what it does, because we're kind of in the middle of a range here, however you spin it. But if it's a neutral day type, then that can stay for the majority of the session. And I'm not really seeing momentum trades in gold today, so that's why I'm sticking to basics. Somebody asked earlier, was that a scalp? Well, technically it was, but I only do these sort of trades on neutral B types. And it's only a scalp because I'm looking for a return to the middle on a neutral day when we extend the first hour of trading rate for COMEX to both sides. And that means you kind of have an elastic band that's being pulled from both sides. And if we don't have any single prints either end, that then opens up a possibility to do those quick trades, kind of like letting go of the elastic band and then just pinging back to the middle. It's effectively a mean reversion trade on the day, and that's why it was so quick. Otherwise, looking for a momentum trade or a failure of the auction, that goes on for a couple of hours, but this is not the day for that.
Uh-oh.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for bell to bell.
Attention, please. It is time for top steps. No pushing or shoving, kicking or screaming.
There you go. We got the link in there. Put the link up top. Danielle just posted the link. Remember, you need to have three. We're going to be randomly offering 3 check-ins. This is check-in number 1. And as you do see, Danielle, they put in there, this is number 1. So get to it. We've pinned the link to the top of the chat. Fill that form out. It is a check-in, and you'll be good for the first one of the day. Remember, no pushing, no shoving. And this is going to be our first. So remember, anyone who does have 3 wins a free reset. And those codes will be sent to you via email Wednesday morning. And the code will expire May 15th at 12 o'clock high noon Central Time. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you. There you go. Right to the top of the chunk, I said. Two more comments throughout the day. Thank you for joining us. We'll bell about Monday. Good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the market equities kind of ran out of gas there, JD. I don't think we were.
Yeah, we flamed out.
Yeah, we sure did. That's kind of.
Someone else was also trying to enlighten me there. There's like, yes, the NQ is neurotic, but that's why you look at ES as like, we know that, but this is a committee trading, so we're supposed to look at all the levels. Like, let's look at all the equity indices and then find something. That's not the point. The point is to find one level, base the trade off of that. It will either work or it won't. If we start looking at multiple charts for like confluence and all that, it's going to be a different sort of exercise.
Wow, what's dumping this?
But hey, what do I know?
Yeah. What do we know, right?
Oh, you know, exactly.
Yeah, we got NASDAQ just barcoding around view up right now. It's turning into quite a little range day. If you're one of those 5-minute boxes, you can probably play either end of that range for cheap countries.
Yeah.
What do you think of Jack?
Yeah, Jack's.
Well, are we held bet on, by the way, update, I'm now up $62
Yes.
on my...
You were up 62 last time we talked.
I was down 62. Now I'm up.
Big swing.
That's a 100% swing.
It is 100% swing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's all about percentages.
I think I'll just take that off at the end of the day and put it right back on, and we'll just have this trade for the next, I don't know, 3-4 months.
In expiration.
Nice.
Love it.
Oh, you gotta get those calendar spreads up, MP, so I can roll this a few times.
Oh, man. Talking dirty to me there, Jack. Brings back the good old days right there.
I go for it.
Yeah.
I vote for it as well. How could municipalities? I mean, they have a fairly high probability of working out.
I also might have suffered a head injury this morning. It was
What?
maybe like I hit my head harder than I have in a long time. And you'll probably see this is going to get worse throughout the episode.
Let's see here. What do we got here?
You see it happening. I heard something fall down in the room next to my office, and I got up and sprinted around to see what it was, and then hit the side of my head on a piece of molding. And yeah, I was down for a good 5 minutes just holding it. So that's where I'm at.
Boy, you think
Monday.
I did something. I did something similar a few weeks ago. It was weird because I was trying to get the biscuits for the dogs from the top shelf in the kitchen, and somehow my husband left the the hood. What was it? The extractor. You can actually kind of open it slightly, and I just see that. I kind of went in, and I just hit my head like full strength. Yeah, so it's like, ow.
What's going on? What?
I was okay. I was okay. It was just very painful for about 10 minutes or so.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah, it was in my hair, so you couldn't see it, but it was a pretty big lump for a while. Yeah.
Since I stopped playing baseball, you just don't get hit in the head that much anymore. And I forgot how much that sucks.
But maybe it's going to increase blood flow, so that could be a good thing. Yeah.
This is why
That would be a good thing. I could definitely use more blood going to my vein, I feel.
Yeah, same. Yeah. Did you put ice on it? You
I
should
didn't have
probably.
time. It was like right before the show started. Maybe I'll grab some at the break, but I'm dedicated to this for the moment.
I love it. Committed.
Committed, yeah.
Well, yeah. Just kind of just doing the chop right now on View app, JD.
Pretty quiet, yeah. Volume's dried up.
Mondays.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
So somebody asked what the difference is between the UB and the ZB. It's basically the basket of bonds that are eligible to be delivered into it, and UB is further out. I'd have to look at specs, but I think the ZB is maybe a minimum of 20 years, and the UB maybe 25, but I'd have to go look at that.
What's your spread? What are you in right now?
I'm in long ZTs and short ZB. UVs would work too.
I like that. Always bringing new products, new markets here at topstepX. The list continues to grow. Jack is jumping right into those treasuries.
But we're not doing this for a house account trade. We gotta do something more exciting. So, are we helping them doing the NQ? Would we take a look at the ES?
Of course. Pull some levels. Absolutely. I do think we're kind of in a holding pattern for the time being. It's been the same prices here. For some time. JD, just take a peek at the S&P chart. Okay, maybe we get on top. We're just chopping right now. Come to the top of the hour, about 7 minutes away from the top of the hour. Let me take a look at the schedule. We're hyper focused on this house account trade. We might have some housekeeping we need to take care of. Oh shoot, we got JD's. Oh, we did JD with hot streaks already? Yes. $5. JD. Eddie, maybe we get some plugs in there too while we wait to see this S&Ps kind of come into range,
Right.
folks. Yeah, if you
Well, we
got
got about 5 more minutes. Make sure that you click on that link up top. You want to get first, bell to bell. Check in. This is the first one. Link is pinned at the top. Danielle has been kind enough to pin that for us here. And they got about another 5 minutes or so, and then we're going to take it down. So, let's do that. And if you haven't noticed, we've been talking about a lot of these new products that have been added to our topstepX platform. A bunch of new products are added, and I don't know, do we have a graphic we can sort of post real quick? We do that real quick?
What's
There are a lot of currencies and so forth.
Oh, there it is. Boom.
Good job. Great job. There it is. Currencies and bonds and lots of good stuff. Even offering that UB40 Ultra Bond. Ooh, it's a great band. UB40.
Cool. Thank you, Eddie.
And thank you, Andre.
Thank you, sir. We got about, what, 6 minutes left for the farm here at the top? Chat. So make sure you get that submitted. Just 1 of 3. 2 more coming throughout the day. GD, you there?
$5.
You gotta be this. There's something up with your shit. Is it, or is this? It's just you not being over the mute button. What is this, JD? All right, we'll try to get that worked out in the back. Maybe it's office. Like you said, I don't know. Oh, Eddie, if you got more plugs, please. Eddie, if you got more plugs, please. Let's finish up.
I am sorry. Hey, if you like what we're doing here, first off, why don't you hit that like button? If you haven't subscribed, shame on you. And hit that like button. We want to see these numbers up. Remember, the more that subscribe, the quicker we get to 100,000, the sooner we're going to have something really cool. So, if you like what we're doing, you want to keep with Topstep TV through on Instagram.
What is this?
Don't miss out. We'll drop the link here in Instagram. And if you are a fan of Topstep TV, which I really hope everybody is, all these resources we share daily, you get the numbers refreshed each and every day. You see our schedule. Lots of stuff on this Topstep TV link that we have. I posted it earlier. I'm going to post it again here. You can ask your schedule and never lose track of what we're doing. So bookmark Topstep TV in your browser. And we'll get that link for you in just a few. And back to you, Andre.
Thank you. You got those plugs all taken care of there. I got you in a bit of a bid here. S&Ps.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah.
Welcome back, JD.
JD, my man.
I have a couple other microphones in the office, too. I'm going to swap them up.
We're going to chuck one of those out the window. Whatever microphone's giving you fits, let's chuck that sucker out the window. But, yeah, all right, JD, let's just switch over to the S&Ps and take a peek. I mean, nothing's really doing here. We're done for the day. We do have power hours trading this out here. I will not be here for power hours, so. The keys to the Ferrari. Was it Jane, Jack, and Dolby, is it?
We'll figure it out. We'll be flexible.
Yes, we are.
We'll be there.
Jack, I want you pulling the trigger.
Someone was asking whether it's a failed auction in ES. Well, we haven't popped the top of the initial balance high yet in ES, so no, not quite. It's still just a range. We're hanging inside the initial balance, above VWAP. Yeah, it's just middle of the middle. It looks like a quiet period for now.
Yeah, I got a question for you. How do you know when? Obviously, when it's already happened, you can look back in hindsight and say, yes, failed auction. What are the clues to a failed auction, for instance? What can you be looking for in real time to say, hey, you see rejection or rally?
So the first thing, yes, the first thing would be pop the start trading range to one side only. If you pop it to both sides, that's an entirely different condition. So you need an extension. Let me see if I can find that somewhere. Okay, here we go. Here's one in gold. So if I go back to Thursday, there's this red box that represents the first trading range here on a 30-minute time frame. And then you see this big green candle that creates this blue extension, and it comes back into that range, thereby failing the upside auction. So it comes back to the range. It means that the first run, the first attempt to come out of that first trading range is failed. So that would be a first sort of blue, and that's happening. Now, of course, it's not that easy because sometimes this can be happening early, so you might want to front run the failed auction. And for that, you really need like a better level, like a reason outside of that initial balance why you would do that. Now, on this particular day, I did have the statistical average, so daily range high, that was hit, and then they got smashed back down. So that would have been a good cause to front run a trade as an idea, and then to eventually just wait and do the OODA loop until the 30-minute time frame closes inside the initial balance. So that's really the first clue, but a lot of the times us profile traders will try to effectively guess and front run that idea because it's such a high probability setup, especially if it matches a longer time frame trend. So when you see that, it's a very, very good indication that you might get the move at least to the middle of the range, a lot of the time, all the way where the market came from. So all the way to the other side of the initial balance. So when you can get that, it's one hell of a trade. There's super high probability. This tends to happen in gold, crude oil, and gasoline futures probably about 70% of the time, and it happens roughly around the same time of the day. So not only do you have the price action, you also have the consistency of something happening at the same time of day. And it's a beautiful setup. I mean, this is why John and I harp on about it so much, because A, it brings that follow through, and B, it happens a lot. And it's like an eyesore. Once you learn what to look for, you're like, yeah, fair auction. But just be careful, because if you don't have a selling wick, or if you don't have, if you get the failed auction that just popped outside the initial balance and came back, but there's no meaningful sellers that happened at that time, it's a bit sketchy. You can still try it, but it has low probability of working out. So it's all contextual. Obviously, context is king, like anything in trading. But yeah, recommend failed auctions. The first real clue, systematic clue, methodically, is when that 30-minute time frame fails to close outside of the first hour trading range.
That's asked and answered. Here you go. That's great stuff, you.
Yeah.
Oh.
We got this coming over the wire here right now. It's Christy Bowman's birthday today.
Wow.
Yes.
Happy birthday!
Yes, happy birthday
Wow.
to you, and happy 50th.
Half century of excellence.
Happy birthday, Christy. Everyone in the chat wish Christy a happy birthday. Says, what a day to celebrate my 50th. Fire drill. Awesome. You guys are so awesome every day. Thank you, Christy. Thank you.
My question is, did Grandma send you $5 in a birthday card today? Did you?
Oh, you remember those days?
$5. Yeah, that was the money back then.
Hey, JD, how much is $5 in today's grill?
$5. $5. $5.
Thank you.
Keep on being.
Thank you. No, showing some love to Christy in the chat. Good stuff, guys. Here at the top of the hour. You see some fireworks, big sell off in the NASDAQ off the open. I'm taking a long now there, but I never got her filled. About 2 ticks off-ish. I need to look too precise with the entry. That's okay. Stay judicious. Took it short. Just up against VWAP, S levels, confidence levels. That stopped out. Just kind of chopped around ever since. He did put a winner trade on. Very nice. It was Monday. He was traveling, just kind of resting up. Jack is playing with a head wound, as well as issues with the vocal box. So we're digging deep today. JD is coming off of a tough loss. Bowling.
Whatever.
And I had some flooding in my house over weekend. So we all are dealing with issues. Yeah. Actually,
None of us should be here, right? None of us should be here.
none of us should be here. Has actually arrived, and swapping out an injector pump. Yes, very fun stuff. Not cheap. But yet here we are. And the house that comes down soon. We have a lot going on this Monday. You guys are falling apart.
It's Monday.
No, we're actually doing well. Our pets' heads are falling off. Everything's going to hell. We got a big week. FOC, we got earnings. What's this going to be? Newsy. Right now we're just in balance like Nick T said. One trade only today, short of 51.54. S&P, nice little winner there. And we're just chill right now. Isaac, shout out to Isaac. He is fighting with VWAP and SMA. Another 1 minute. So we'll wait. There's no way we would win this trade still, G.
No, this is just taking way too long.
There you go. You're welcome, Christy. You're welcome. Happy birthday. Alright, taking a look. JD, if you don't mind, what's happening to gold? What's happening to crude? I do not have those markets up.
Yeah, once.
Anything happening anywhere? I guess that's what we're looking for. Anything happening?
And stimulation, JD. And it's something.
Yeah. We need something right now.
No.
Crude oil
Yeah.
did extend the initial balance range to the downside. It opened below value, so that was, kind of a. I mean, it was an obvious move, especially considering that the fears over the supply were happening overnight. Sorry, not fears. They actually decided to kind of go. No, actually, we're fine. Don't worry about it. So that kind of matches that sentiment. I mean, I'm still not impressed with crude oil because it's like we are 2 hours into the trading session. It's still only sitting at 111 ticks. That's not very good. It's still very low. Usually at this time of day when crude oil is in its literally peak, you should be seeing about 180, 200, 220, 250. That's normal for this time of the day. Whenever you see something less than that, it means that there are other forces at play, so you really need to be very careful if you're looking for momentum trades. Because what's been happening is that whenever you find a trade, it gets stuck in a range of about 90.50, and that's the best that you can get. That's why somebody said it's a snooze fest. Somebody's saying all along might be play at 81.67. Yeah, I mean, if we're gonna take that, I don't really have a level here. Let me just say that first. I do have a level lower down, which is at 82.26. So if anything, I would probably use the single prints that were left behind to run another short trade. But like I said, I've been burned trying to get momentum trades in crude oil over the last 2 months, which is why I haven't traded it for over a month now. I think I put one trade on and managed to get over 25 ticks, super big trade, right? So, I'm still waiting for it to come back, and I just don't want to get involved in it. Along as a fade of this is a valid idea, but again, just be careful if you don't get the follow through. It's probably still going to get stuck in about 20-40 tick range.
Yeah.
That's the best we get. I don't like anything like that. I'm not a scalper on most days. The only time I will scalp is if we have an intraday time that we have in gold. And that's very obvious. I have clearly defined levels, and that's what I like. I can do a base hit trade off of those kind of ideas and ranges. But when we have something that's extending downwards into a single-sided auction, I don't like doing auction fades at the summer day on crude oil because statistically they work better after lunchtime and sort of closer to settlement. So this would not be the time of day. Time of day is a very, very big thing in my style of trading. So if I don't have the time of day, then the reversal trades have lower probability of playing out. And I look for high probability trades, which is why I don't do 1 million trades per day. I will do anywhere between 3, maybe 14 trades, but that will be across a number of different products. I don't trade large, I usually trade 1, 2 lots. And even less than that, if I've got really big ranges, I will go down to micros if needed. And I still keep the risk per trade similar, somewhere from 220 up to about 350 per trade. And then I aim to do a few trades on several different products. So again, if you're long in crude oil, yeah, it might close out the single prints, but just be careful because we do have double single prints directional to the downside. That makes it a bit dangerous. And directional single prints are kind of like supply areas or like low volume nodes. They're exactly the same thing. So they can give way to further continued moves. And again, whoever asked that question, it's your decision. I've given you pros and cons, both sides of the story, and then you have to decide what matches your risk appetite. Nobody can do that for you.
Really not seeing any levels come in or no trade ideas playing out right now. What's up, Jack? Was that you, Jack?
Where you got the 50-day moving average for the ES? So a little above here.
You have that, or you want me to pull it up?
50-day moving average. 1 second, I'll get it. Yeah. I want to make sure my charts are right. Right around 84.5, 85.
Okay.
Really? Wait,
At 83.5.
we are in Chop Hoop says, yes we are. But we won't break up. It's told me to say we cannot stay in this range forever.
High energy levels for people or families.
Yeah, we likely will not stay in this range forever. I think that is
If we're introducing a German Shepherd into the house, it is
Valid.
imperative to determine whether you are able to provide the amount of activity this breed requires.
For now, I don't see
On the other
any.
hand, German Shepherds
Just,
can
I said you were short. I think you still short. You're looking for a breakout to the downside here.
those who are active and looking
Trying to
for a
share it,
faithful
isn't
and energetic friend. Number 3, the time commitment required. German
Is that
Shepherds
MQ or
are highly
ES?
social
DJs?
animals that
Yes.
thrive on companionship,
They're
interaction
even
with their
scarcely
family
short
members.
enough.
They
Okay,
form
20 minutes
strong
ago.
bonds with their owners and can suffer from
David Grant says,
separation
finish
anxiety
short from
if left
ES.
alone for extended
51.4 for reduced
Having a
feeling.
German
It's a
Shepherd
feeling square.
requires you to spend a lot of time with the animal.
Dangerous game.
Feeling is not going to get you far.
It's not going to be sustainable.
Therefore,
I do.
a German
I
Shepherd
like that.
needs to be someone
You
who
like
is
it.
around
And you're
frequently, works
in the
from
market.
home, is
It's okay.
retired,
Sometimes there's not
spend a lot
opportunity
of
at the
time
moment.
with a
Reason for
German
the
Shepherd.
feeling.
It's difficult for
Reason.
most
It's much better than just
and it's
feeling
why
it
a
out.
German Shepherd might be hard for them to handle.
He's trying to get in last
Prospective
week.
should carefully consider their
Also,
lifestyle,
keep it
schedule,
up.
and ability to
Pretty
meet
thin
the
than
needs of
S and
this
Ps.
energetic and intelligent
As I
breed
always think.
before bringing one into their home. If owners have busy schedules or need to be away from home frequently, they should arrange for a dog walker, pet sitter, or daycare to ensure their GSD's needs are met. Number 4, their need for a job. German Shepherds expect their owner to assign them tasks and duties so they can prove they are capable of doing the job and that they are a part of the family. German Shepherds are working dogs that want to work hard, be a part of the family, and show their owners that they can handle any task and still do it to their satisfaction. They will benefit greatly from this in terms of their physical and mental well-being and ability to flourish. Nevertheless, most people are unable to implement this or fail to consider it, which actually hinders their German Shepherd. Giving your German Shepherd a job should therefore be your top priority if you decide to get one. Number 5, their strong prey drive. German Shepherds possess a strong instinctual drive to chase and control moving objects, a trait that stems from their historical role as herding dogs. While this prey drive is
why German Shepherds are often the stars of canine Hollywood, or the preferred choice for canine units worldwide? Well, it's not just because they look dashing in a police vest, or can pull off a mean, I'm watching you stare. These dogs are packed with a host of unique abilities that make them a cut above the rest. Today we're counting down the top 10. Starting at number 10, we have Masters of Adaptation. German Shepherds can adapt to almost any climate, from the snowy peaks of Alaska to the sunny beaches of California. They're like the chameleons of the dog world, but instead of changing colors, they change fur density. Number 9 is their phenomenal hearing. With the ability to hear frequencies ranging from 15 to 60,000 hertz, German Shepherds could probably hear a pin drop in the next town, or your secret stash of cookies crumbling in your pocket. At 8, we have Speed Demons. German Shepherds can reach speeds up to 30 miles per hour. That's faster than Usain Bolt on a good day. Imagine trying to play catch with one of these speedsters. Number 7 is Intelligence. German Shepherds rank 3rd in the list of most intelligent dog breeds. They can learn simple tasks after only 5 repetitions and obey the first command given 95% of the time. So yes, they're smarter than your average 5th grader. Coming in at 6 is Versatility. From search and rescue missions to assisting the disabled, German Shepherds have a wide range of jobs under their collars. They're like the multi-tool of the canine world. Halfway through at number 5, we have Protectiveness. German Shepherds are fiercely loyal and protective of their families. They're like your personal bodyguard, but fluffier and with a wagging tail. Number 4 is Endurance. These dogs have stamina that could put marathon runners to shame. They can work for hours without getting tired. At number 3, we have a keen sense of smell. With 220 million scent receptors, German Shepherds can sniff out just about anything, from your lost keys to an escaped convict. Just missing the top spot at number 2 is Trainability. German Shepherds are highly responsive to training. They're like sponges, soaking up commands, tricks, and tasks with ease. And finally, the number 1 unique ability of German Shepherds is courage. These dogs are fearless and ready to face any challenge head-on. Whether it's a burning building or a scary vacuum cleaner, they're always ready to leap into action. And there you have it, folks. The top 10 unique abilities of German Shepherds. These dogs are truly amazing, aren't they? Now, if you enjoyed this video and want to learn more about these fascinating creatures, give this video
foremost, shout out to the prison guard. Told you guys plenty of times, man, y'all want to see some gruesome videos, prison videos, check out his Patreon. Yeah, of course, you gotta pay like everybody else. I pay. I give that man my money. Cause, me and him have an understanding, because after a while I kept seeing like certain videos that he had. And I was like, hey bro, like I feel like people are going on there and taking your content and using it as their own, and I'm reacting to them, so I feel like, I'm the one backstabbing him. But obviously he gave me the permission and the opportunity to react to any of his Patreon content. He got love for my channel, and I support his channel wholeheartedly. That's why I'm giving him the shout out that he deserves, that he needs to be recognized for. He's the one coming through with all these banger videos. I'm just doing the reactions to him, and I'm sharing it with you guys, and I'm giving the content, the exclusive content to everybody else on my other social medias, the uncensored versions. So this is going to be a small clip. You want the uncensored version? Bro, I'm pretty sure you can have, if you don't have Instagram, I'm pretty sure you know somebody that does, and I'll shoot it to them, and they can show it to you on your phone. By all means, man, 59_JAYY. So this one right here is the whites. They whack one of their own. Bad, dude. Bad. It's been a long time since I've seen a video like this, and it is gruesome, it is bloody, it's gonna make you kind of like cringe a little bit, like, damn, because of the weapons that they use. Now, when it comes to the skinheads, they believe in their own personal religion, I don't know the name of it, to be honest with you. I know they believe in like Thor and all that, those, I think it's like, bro, I can't even think of the name of the religion. Odinist, like they believe in Odinist and all that. Well, whatever that religion is called, man, that is their preference. They're firm believers of that. I met so many skinheads that'll write the language on the wall, the symbols, the calligraphies, the hieroglyphics. They'll write them on the walls in their cells. Like, when you walk into the cell, one of the skinheads I met, he had like a certain saying on top of the door. They're firm believers that they're always wearing that little cross with the hammer on there as a necklace. firm believers of the religion. You know, the Vikings. One skinhead told me something that was a trip, right? Before I get into the video, he was like, that when he died, he wanted to get burned and thrown in the ocean. I was like, yeah, a lot of people do that. That's pretty cool. And he was like, nah, man, it has a deeper meaning. And he explained to me, he goes, bro, he said, when we come out from the womb, we're in water. When we're in the mother's stomach, we're in water. And when your mother and your father have sex, it's hot, right? So that's how you were born. So that's how I want to die. He goes, first I started off in the womb in water. That's why I want to be thrown in the ocean. I want to be back with Mother Nature. I want to be back into the water the same way I was born. He goes, now I want to be cremated because that's how I was created. So that's how I want to be taken out. Because, you know, sex is hot. Sex is mutual. The body's hot. You know, the cooter gets hot. And he took me down this whole little speech, and I was like, damn, that makes a lot of sense, bro. Even though that I did not think of it like that. I just thought you liked the water. You always wanted to be part of the ocean. You know, you want to go swim with sharks. And I didn't know why you want to get burned up like Freddy Krueger, but hey, you want to be burned up, burned up. So when he said that, I honestly, to this day, I think that's how I want to go. Like, man, just cremate me, throw me in the ocean, man, put me back with Mother Nature, the universe. It's just the way he persuaded me, bro, the way he convinced me. It was just, if you heard his speech, you'd have been fascinated like I was. And I guess it was in accordance with his belief system. And so anyways, in this video, I'm going to show you a brief clip. And then I can't show you the rest because there's a lot of blood. So basically, they have their own ritual. They're doing their own, you know, religious ceremony. And they got the little rocks right there and a little circle, like a star. I don't want to say it's a pentagram or nothing like that. I don't know what kind of symbolisms they use when it comes to oldness and their religious practices. So either way, this is a ceremony that's taking place. And the victim goes to the gate. And from the gate, the suspect grabs the rock and just runs up on him and hits him in the back of the head like BAM! And just starts hitting him in the head multiple times with a rock. With a rock that they got off the yard, with a rock that they're using for their religious services, with a rock that they pray to, whatever they were using that rock for. If it was just a specific design they were creating and they needed rocks to do it, I never understood why religion and rocks had anything that, you know, they coexisted with one another, but people use rocks. You know, Wiccans use rocks, a lot of religions use rocks. I don't get what the rocks are. Somebody told me if I take my shoes off and walk outside barefooted that I connect with the energy of the universe and it helps heal the body. That people shouldn't be walking all the time, going for walks or runs in their shoes. You have to get grounded with the earth. And I was like, man, that makes no goddamn sense to me, bro. But anyways, if that's what you believe in, that's what you believe in. So another dude jumps in. He doesn't jump in as fast because he's like waiting for an opportunity, but you can tell he has a knife. So he's kind of like, and they both were jumping on. So dude's poking him, stabbing him on his back. The other fool's just hitting him in the head with a rock. Busts his whole back of his head open. Bloody everywhere. And they keep shanking him, and dude gets away like momentarily. He kind of rolls and you can see it all over his shirt. His shirt, the back of his shirt is caked with blood. His head, his neck, his face are caked with blood. And he's rolling. He manages to get away and the suspects lay on the ground. But if you watch the video, you're gonna see the response. First they beat this dude for about a good 30-40 seconds, man, and that's really all it takes, dude. That's all it takes in jail for somebody to take your life and take your win and you lose your life. 30 seconds or they hit in the right spot and you're done. You're done. Your life is lost. And it's crazy because it's the way they lured him in. They had this dude believing he was going to go practice his religious services, his religious beliefs, or whatever the practice was during his day. But that's the cold part of removals in prison is 90% of the time, unless you got a gut feeling, unless you got women's intuition or women's instincts, which I don't know, you won't see it coming. You will not see it coming. And this dude, you can tell, he turned his back towards the suspects, walked straight to the gate, was oblivious to the fact that they were going to book him. Now, when you use a weapon, right, it all depends. Some people use the rods out of the fan. That's going to pierce through a lot of clothing, plain and simple. But I've seen box staples. I've seen, just people just sharpening plastic to a tip. I've seen people sharpen broomsticks. You know, there's a lot of weapons that I've seen used on a prison system which made no sense because, like, they'll do a removal and they'll catch an attempt. But in reality, it's just the way the report was written, the way the COs wrote it up, and because you had multiple stab wounds that weren't even critical. They weren't even serious. They weren't even that much severe. Pretty much like little small punctures and little scratches and abrasions. But the way they word it, the way they phrase it, the way they take pictures will make a DA believe that you try to take this dude's life, and you probably tried to take his life in the first place. But with that kind of weapon, you might as well just start socking him up. You had a better chance of giving him brain damage than poking him with them stupid plastic weapons. And dudes that catch a case trying to catch a body, but in reality, bro, that weapons that they were using were valedera, bro. Like, yeah, they weren't worth nothing. I've seen dudes cut lockers and don't know how to sharpen it right. There's a certain way you gotta sharpen a locker, and bang somebody out, and literally by the fourth or fifth hit, the flat just bends downwards. Bro, it's over with, and they'll be sitting there trying to unfold it. Like, bro, it's already bent. You're gonna hit him, and it's gonna bend again. And, you know, it's worthless. People don't know how to make weapons, or people are always in a rush to make weapons. And in this case, the dude found an effective weapon that wasn't gonna fail him. A rock. Now, oftentimes if you hit somebody in the head, besides a dirt rock, you hit somebody with a rock and it just shatters into a million.
German Shepherds are one of the most popular dog breeds for good reasons. They're intelligent and capable working dogs. Their courage and devotion are unmatched, and they're amazingly versatile. But apart from being loyal and intelligent animals, there is a lot more about them you should know. If you are thinking of adopting one, or perhaps you already live with a German Shepherd, don't miss this video that reveals everything you need to know about these wonderful companions. German Shepherd dogs are very protective of their loved ones. As herding dogs in the past, German Shepherds would guide, herd, and protect livestock. As pets, these herding instincts motivate these dogs to act as protectors for their owner, family, and children. Because of this, German Shepherds may sometimes act a bit distant or aloof with strangers. They will love you and your family, but they may give all new people the stink eye. Don't worry though, they're just looking out for you and your family's safety. These dogs will assertively stand their ground and are suited to be guardians or watchdogs. This protective instinct is reassuring to the German Shepherd owner, but it also comes with a certain responsibility. You should be committed to spending time socializing and training your dog to ensure your canine feels comfortable around strangers and other dogs. German Shepherds will explore everything with their noses. It's true that all dogs have a better sense of smell than humans, thanks to their millions of scent receptors. But compared to other dog breeds, German Shepherds have a far better sense of smell. For this reason, they make great police, detection, and rescue dogs. When on walks, you may find your curious dog sniffing everything in sight, such as trees or bushes. This is done to gather information about what's going on around them. They are mouthy. German Shepherds tend to use their mouths as an appendage, thanks to their herding heritage. This is because these dogs would use their mouths to herd the sheep in the right direction. This means that German Shepherds tend to grab onto anything that fits in their mouth and chew on it. Training your dog not to chew on the furniture or nibble on your hand is essential with this breed. Remember, you can teach your canine to channel their natural instincts in a more beneficial way, like training them to grab the newspaper or fetch their toys. They provide constant companionship. Having a German Shepherd in your home means you will never be alone, because your loyal canine will always be by your side. Their affectionate and dedicated personalities are a bonus of the breed. This means your GSD will follow you everywhere and will want to spend time with you rather than being left alone all day. German Shepherds thrive in human companionship. The more time you spend with them, the happier they will be. Allowing your canine companion to be with you as much as possible will bring out the best in your dog. They shed a lot. German Shepherds have a double coat, which enables them to tolerate both cold and hot weather. But this means these pups shed heavily and frequently. You may find their hair on your furniture, floor, and on every outfit you wear. Aside from shedding throughout the year, German Shepherds lose all their undercoat twice a year, in the spring and fall. During the fall season, they shed most of their undercoat and replace it with a thicker, warmer winter coat. They will then shed their old winter undercoat during spring, making room for a lighter summer coat. To help with shedding, brush your dog regularly. You'll still have fur balls flying about, but just consider them a GSD owner's badge of honor. They are super active. German Shepherds need daily, strenuous exercise. These dogs are not suitable for laid-back owners who prefer laying on the couch all day. They need active owners who can provide them with daily exercise. A small yard can help, but it should never replace regular walks and daily play sessions. Playing with them not only keeps them healthy and happy, but is also a good way to strengthen the bond between the two of you. If left unexercised, shepherds tend to become bored, anxious, and ill-tempered. They may even find destructive ways to release their pent-up energy, such as chewing, excessive barking, or scratching. These are undesirable behaviors, but you can't blame your canine for it because it is your responsibility to provide them with their basic needs. German shepherds have different coat and color variations. There are different types of color variations in German shepherds. The most common colors are black and tan, but they also come in colors such as solid black, black and silver, bicolor, gray, or even white, although white is not considered a standard color for the breed by the American Kennel Club. German shepherds also have different coat variations. The normal coat is short hair, but they also come with a longer coat. Unfortunately, in the United States, long coats are frowned upon by the official clubs and show dog breeders. German shepherds are incredibly smart. German shepherds are among the most intelligent dogs living today. Their unique ability to follow human commands is what makes them smarter than nearly all dogs. In addition, they have a strong desire to cooperate and work with us, a trait many see as a wish to please their humans. No wonder this breed excels at whatever you train them to do. But remember, because German shepherds are one of the brightest breeds, it is important to provide them with plenty of mentally stimulating toys and play brain-challenging games. We are facing a very intelligent dog that should be able to enjoy an adequate life. In their education and training, we must include many environmental enrichment sessions, all based on positive reinforcement. German shepherds have herding traits. German shepherds were originally bred to guard and herd sheep and cattle. Breeders created this dog to run long distances to keep all of the sheep together, which it does by nipping at them without causing injury. GSDs also keep any predators away from the sheep. Although this breed isn't often used to herd anymore, their herding heritage remains. So along with the herding traits of independent thinking and intelligence, it's perfectly normal for your German shepherd to herd human family members. For example, if someone in the family steps off the sidewalk, the dog will herd the wayward member back onto the sidewalk and safety. Your dog might also show following ahead behavior, walking in front of you while looking back to ensure you're walking in the right direction. German shepherds can often be seen rounding up and herding their human family, or leading the group and checking to see that you're following. They don't like being left alone. German shepherds are social dogs and hate spending time without their human. These canines suffer from separation anxiety if you leave them alone for long periods of time. GSDs are family dogs and enjoy playing and interacting with their loved ones. If you tend to spend long hours away from home, your dog will become too depressed and bored because they need human interaction. They may even develop destructive behaviors such as chewing, digging, and excessive barking. They may need to be trained not to bark. German shepherds are especially bad for apartment owners, not just because they are high-energy dogs, but also because they tend to bark at strangers and at outside noises. They are guard dogs after all. This can be avoided, of course. There are ways to train any dog not to bark at strangers. However, this means you'll need to put in a lot of work to train them. Health problems. Although German shepherds are generally considered to be healthy dogs, the breed is associated with several health conditions, mostly because of a long line of inbreeding and breed standardization. The German shepherd features a back that slopes drastically, making them prone to hip dysplasia, a condition where the leg bones don't fit properly into the hip socket. They are also susceptible to epilepsy. It is a common hereditary disease found in working dogs and can result in seizures. German shepherds also have been known to suffer from bloating, which makes it difficult for them to breed. GSDs have a lifespan of 9 to 13 years, which is average for most dogs.
great companions, alert guardians, and tireless workers. Their commitment and mental fortitude are unrivaled. German Shepherds are good at everything they are trained to do, such as guiding and assisting the handicapped, police and military assistance, search and rescue, drug identification, obedience, and their best quality is that they are loyal companions. So in today's video, we will tell you everything you need to know about German Shepherds, from raising a puppy to their diet, grooming, training, life, and health. But before we start, we encourage you to subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon so that you never miss our future videos. German Shepherd puppies are supernaturally charming. These fun-loving pups need proper care, love, and positive training so they become well-behaved dogs. Lack of proper training and guidance can make them large, mean animals. A German Shepherd is not only a wonderful friend to have in the house, but a wonderful alarm, as he is ready to bark at any sign of danger. But German Shepherd puppies must be taught who is in control. You need to make sure your dog knows its place in the pack and sees you as the pack leader. If the dog sees himself as the pack leader, behavior problems such as violence can come into play. Other factors that play a key role in the upbringing of a perfect German Shepherd are: number 1, make them the social butterfly. Your German Shepherd puppy can become a social butterfly only if you start taking him among new people and in new situations at a youthful age. Safely exposing your puppy to new sights, sounds, and smells is absolutely important for development, as these non-threatening situations will help them to be confident among friendly strangers, rather than fearful or aggressive. So taking him to a dog club or park is a great way to get him to mingle with other dogs and humans, which will assist him to become a good-natured and confident dog. Number 2 is keep them well groomed. There's a reason people call them German Shedders. Enough said. German Shepherds have plush double coats, and thus you ought to consistently brush them with a delicate bristle brush to control shedding, maintain coat and skin health, particularly during spring and fall season when they blow their coats. So it's ideal to introduce your puppy to basic grooming tools like combs, brushes, and nail clippers, etc. early on. Go slow at first and make it a fun experience. A healthy German Shepherd doesn't require frequent baths, as it can strip the natural oils from its coat. But there are other factors that come into play, like when it gets covered all in mud while playing, or if it stinks unbearable, then you definitely want to give him a bath. Then comes number 3, train him to be obedient. On account of their solid learning abilities, encourage their best working traits with early and ongoing training. Begin with basic obedience training commands like sit, down, and stay, as well as loose leash walking from an early age. If you're not able to contribute your time in training, enroll them in training classes where he'll be trained for these commands. It is apt to call German Shepherd puppies the land sharks for their mouthiness. If you got young kids, they'll be the perfect target for playful biting. So it's better to teach them that biting humans is inappropriate behavior and channel that mouthiness into heavy-duty chew toys and games. A regular exercise routine will definitely help you to keep your dog's energy in control, especially if you live in a small space, as this breed belongs to the working group. Mental and physical exercise is a must for them. Here comes number 4, nutritious diet. Always try to give dog food appropriate to its age, so that it will get all necessary nutrients required at a particular age. Table scraps are a big no-no, along with cooked bones and high-fat content food, as they generally upset their stomach, so only give them sparingly. Vitamin and mineral supplements are not necessary if you are feeding high-quality food. Although adding small quantities of Greek yogurt, cooked vegetables, or eggs to the food is very beneficial to their health. We've dropped a link to our DIY homemade food recipe if you prefer to feed a raw diet. German Shepherds, for the most part, drink a great deal of water, so ensure they have a bowl loaded up with water. And number 5 is health risks and diseases. German Shepherds are likely to have significant medical problems, both hereditarily and because of natural elements.
The two common health problems that the breed is prone to are degenerative myelopathy and foot elbow dysplasia. Before you get a German Shepherd, ensure the little dog is affirmed by Penn's hip to be free of dysplasia. Overfeeding, over-exercising,
It's gonna be lunchtime soon, buddy.
make your German Shepherd prone to joint issues. GFT can experience bloat, sudden and life-threatening swelling of the abdomen. So you should educate yourself about its symptoms and what to do if bloat occurs. Altogether, complete their vaccination course on time and deworming to avoid other health risks. Truthfully, a German Shepherd puppy isn't going to be that different from any other puppy. All puppies require hard work, devotion, and lots of patience to become an obedient dog. I hope this was helpful to you. If there are any other queries or suggestions regarding our videos, feel free to let us know in the comments section below. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Manku Dog to put an end to all your dog-related queries in the most efficient way.
Is it Friday? You got a video? You got the cookies? You got the head tilts? You guys ready? Ready?
Good morning, YouTube. My name is Will. And today is Friday. I hope you guys are having a great Friday. Set yourself up for a nice weekend. It's a beautiful sunny day here right now. It's not Friday because obviously you wouldn't go watch this. Anyways, this channel focuses primarily, well no, not primarily, completely around Lotus and Enzo and German Shepherd content. A lot of the content could be used for any breed of dog, but obviously we have German Shepherds, so that's what we kind of cater for. Today's video actually comes from one of you guys. Somebody had asked if I had any tips for like day one of getting a German Shepherd, so that's what this is going to be about. Before we get into it though, I do want to say that while this channel is pretty new, this is at least the third, maybe fourth video that I've done based on your guys' comments and suggestions. So, if you guys have a video topic that you want me to cover, definitely comment below. Let me know. I do read all the comments. I try to comment back. If I miss a comment, I'm sorry. YouTube's way of organizing is terrible. I try not to miss any comments. So if I do miss one, I do apologize for that. I try not to. If you have a suggestion or anything, though, definitely leave those below and let me know. And I'll try to do it. So as I mentioned, today's video is day one tips. Now, I could spend hours telling you all sorts of things that you should know about having a German Shepherd, and that's pretty much what this entire channel is about. However, I'm trying to shoot this, and Lotus is just cracking me up because he's seeing reflections, and he's not really sure what's going on, so he's jumping around.
Wow, look at that bounce.
It's mostly from the camera, so when I turn the camera around, it doesn't really do it. It's just this little, like, hop thing. We're gonna go over here in the shade, so stop that. Stop driving him crazy. So, if you were a friend of mine and you called me up and said, hey, I'm getting a German Shepherd today, what do I gotta do? While there's still a ton of things we're gonna have to do on day 2 and day 3 and so forth and so on, let's just get to day 1 stuff that we absolutely need, and that's what this video is. Really, Enzo? I plan to go inside to shoot the rest of this because I've got everything laid out. I don't want to let them play it a minute, I guess. Alright, maybe a few minutes. We'll pick this up in a moment. Alright, I got my notes. We'll do the first portion out here so they can keep running around. So I guess tip 1 should be your life is going to change. It really should be on the list. You might put it on there. But yeah, I mean, it really is like getting a kid. I mean, I don't have a kid. Life changes, obviously, if you get a kid. And, I mean, any dog, it's going to be like that. Before you have a kid or a puppy, it's do whatever you want, whatever you want. Once you have another life that depends on you, you got to take that into consideration. You can't just up and leave your house for days on it. Obviously, it wouldn't work. But on to the real ones. The first thing I would suggest is to do things like what you're doing right now, which is watch videos, read books, tutorials, different things, read up, and just kind of get a base knowledge. Just so you have some indicators and some things to be aware of. A couple of the things that I would suggest you read up on or watch videos on specifically, which we're not going to go into too many details on in this specific video, is one, crate training. We're not really going to talk too much about it. A couple small things on crate training, and then food. I do have a food video where I talk about what we feed them, so I can link that below. Alright, one of the first things you're going to want to do once you get your puppy, or know that you're going to get your puppy, is schedule a vet. Find a local vet, ask around, ask friends that have dogs, use, your general research that you would normally do. Find a vet and set up an appointment. Generally speaking, if you're getting like a German Shepherd, you usually know you're going to get it at least a few weeks in advance because you have litters and so forth. But obviously, if there's one falls into your lap or something, do the best you can, but you want to get them in as soon as possible just to confirm, you should get all your shots and records from the breeder or from the rescue, wherever you get them from. You want to bring those with you, and then the vet, you just want to have them check up, just kind of like you would do anything. You just want to have them verify, have everything compliant. Make sure so you don't actually have to take it to the vet and say you want to know you're going to be doing a lot of day one, but I would try to get it in first, for sure. Alright, as I said before, there's so many things that you would want to know with having a German Shepherd or any puppy, but we want to kind of get through these as quickly as possible. There is a lot that I want to cover, so I will go through them more as like a list form. I think some of them I will go into more detail. If at any time you have any questions or comments, leave them below. As I said before, I can try to get through all of those. When you get home with your puppy, give them a bath first. No question about it. That is quite literally the first thing you do at home. You want to do this for a couple reasons. One, they generally smell. It's not that they're not being cared for or anything, but they're puppies. The breeders usually have them with other litter mates. Their brothers and sisters and all that stuff. So you want to wash them off. One, it kind of supposedly it helps them adjust because they can't smell them as much. Also, if they're carrying anything, any bugs or ticks or anything like that, you want to wash that off just to be sure. That way they're not sneaking up your house or tracking anything in, feeding them. You're going to want to feed all their meals in the crate. There's a lot of crate training. It allows them to know that it's a safe space with good things happening. Along with feeding them in the crate, you don't need to give them the food, you give them a reasonable amount of time to eat it. They're puppies, they're going to get distracted. But usually we go more than like 15-ish minutes per meal. But that also means, you don't just set the crate and walk away. Generally speaking, you're going to sit there. Like I said, you're going to want to walk around, follow you, and all sorts of things. You just need to sit there and, I wouldn't say make them eat, but make them focus on the food. So that if they want to eat, they know now's the time. Once a suitable amount of time has gone by, like I said, 10, 15 minutes, they'll probably eat it all. Okay, my camera died. Seems like a good time to go in. We got some water. So, as I was saying though, don't freeze them, feed them in the crate, give them a few minutes, give them a suitable amount of time. They're going to get distracted, so that's fine, but keep them focused on the food. Once it's done, on that note though, water should always be available 24/7. Well, not necessarily 24/7. Generally speaking, water should always be available while they're eating. One of the things you want to do is play with them. Not only play with them sitting or ball or anything like that, but if while they're eating, the demonstration on lotus is apparently supposed to be a stick. Is, play with their ears. Not be gentle, you don't want to do it. You don't want to do it. But just, kind of play with their ear a little bit, with their paws, just kind of pet them, maybe grab their tail, little things like this, just honestly just kind of mess with them and stuff. Don't need to do it the whole time, but just a little bit here. What this does is it teaches them not to be protective of them. Alright, one final thing on food, human food. Personally, I'm not a fan of giving human food to pups, but that's your decision if you want to do that. What I will say though is definitely don't do it while you're eating. If you sit down to eat and you choose to give them table scraps, which again, I'm a fan of, if you choose that, I highly suggest you don't do it while you're eating, because then it becomes a thing where every time you sit down to eat, they're going to come up to you and think that it's treat time. But one final great tip for this video, that has to do with sleeping in the crate. You need to crate train them, and one of the ways you're going to have to do this is when it's time to go to bed, you put them in their crate, and they stay in their crate until you get up the next morning. Now, they're not going to make it all night without going to the bathroom, mind you. You're going to have to get up probably at least once or twice those first few nights, and then it'll slowly progress down. There's different theories on this. Most people, I think, kind of are of the belief that you should let them wake you up if they need to go out, because if they're sleeping, you know, it doesn't make sense to wake them up to go to the bathroom, because then they learn that's... Do you have a different opinion? Lotus thinks he should sleep in the bed every night from day one, no matter what, basically. I'm a bit of a heavier sleeper, so I just set an alarm. I know that's not technically ideal because you could theoretically teach them that, hey, every few hours to go to the bathroom. I didn't have that issue. Neither Enzo or Lotus picked up on that, and they didn't develop that habit. But for the first couple of nights, that's how I did it, because I was afraid I wouldn't hear them. I didn't do this for very long, but those first few nights. So the thing is, I mean, if Enzo tells me he needs to go to the bathroom, or Lotus tells me they need to go to the bathroom, then take them to the bathroom. But if I'm not paying attention, I don't really understand that that's what they're saying to me. I'm in the middle of something, not paying attention. And that happened, honestly, today. It happened a little while ago. Enzo came up and was just bugging me, and I thought he was just, because we hadn't been outside for a while. Normally we go for like a midday walk, and we hadn't done that. So I just figured he was kind of like, hey, we're going to go for a walk or whatever. When in actuality, he was like, hey, I need to go to the bathroom, and I didn't even think about it. So like 20 minutes later when we went outside, he went to the bathroom. I felt bad. But puppies, you don't have 20 minutes. You got like 20 seconds. When they tell you they got to go to the bathroom, that means I'm going to the bathroom, whether you acknowledge it or not. So if a puppy starts waking up in the middle of the night, starts to whine that they have to go to the bathroom, you don't have much of time. So for me, it was, I would rather than risk them going to the bathroom and having an accident in the crate, I'd rather risk them forming a habit of thinking they have to go to the bathroom, because I didn't think it would really be an issue. Turns out it wasn't. But you can make that call. If you're a light sleeper, then I would suggest not set an alarm and just let them wake you up. And trust me, they're going to wake you up. And when they do, you need to get up really quick and take them out right away. And what I mean by right away is, so when I say get them up and take them out the potty, what I mean is you literally go to their crate, get them out, put them on a leash immediately, and walk straight to the door. You do not deviate. You do not deviate for 1 second. And I cannot stress this enough, especially in those first few nights. Not 1 second. If you forget to put your shoes by the door and you think, oh, I'm going to go get my shoes, no. You're going out barefoot or in your socks. Do not deviate. You deviate, you'll have an accident. I told him to go right away. I told him. No deviation. If you open the door and realize it's pouring down rain and you forgot your umbrella, guess what? You're both going to get wet. Just go outside and do it, because you can either dry yourselves off or you can clean up an accident. Your call. I'd rather just dry myself off and pop off when I get back in. That is also why we kept leashes, collars, umbrellas, shoes, everything by the doors in the middle of the night, so that we knew we were good to go no matter what. What? Everybody's being quiet. I sit down. Everybody wants to move. Lotus. Here, you can have yours. That's Enzo's. So let's move on. See, on my normal YouTube channel, I would kind of have to wait until Lotus stops squeezing the ball. But on their channel, I mean, come here for pups. This is pups. They take over your life. Drop yours. Let's talk about having a pup sitter. If you're thinking about getting a German Shepherd, you probably have a job. And much like babies, they can't go 9 hours without any attention. They're going to have to go out to the potty, they're going to have to eat, all this other stuff. Plus, they just don't want to be left alone for 9 hours. Like, that's just not good for them. With Enzo, Nisha's brother and sister kind of hung out with him for a few hours during the day. Right at first, when he was especially young. And then I would come home for extended lunch breaks, basically, and him and I would hang out for a bit. With Lotus, I was already working at home at that point, so it wasn't an issue. But they can't stay all cooped up by themselves for 9 hours. They're going to have accidents, they're going to be hungry, they're going to be thirsty, all these things that you just can't do. Like 3 hours max, they're going to have to go to the bathroom. And speaking of plants, we have hardwood, so that's nicer, but we have rugs. You need to pick all those up. If you have any type of floor rugs, you need to pick those up, because if they're going to have an accident, Murphy's Law says it's going to be a massive house with 10,000 square feet, and you have one little tiny rug, it'll happen. So just pick all those up right at first. I think we kept them up for probably the first couple of months, just until we were relatively safe with the accidents. Lotus, please don't chew on your cot. Don't lick it either. Get your antler or something. Speaking of houses, though, and whatever you live in, you're gonna want to get baby gates. You're gonna want to slowly expand their area. So pups are den animals, meaning that that's one of the reasons crates are good for them. They like it. They feel safe. And they will hold it as long as possible in a crate because they don't want to accidentally go to the bathroom where they sleep. That's like going to the bathroom in their home. So you want to treat your home as kind of like a den and slowly expand it. Though, if you give them free roam of your entire house from day one, they're going to have accidents because they have no motivation not to. If you let them roam around multiple rooms around your house, but you're primarily, whatever room they determine is the primary den room, they're just going to wander off into one of the other rooms and have an accident. Or to the other side of the room or anything. So what we did was, with Enzo, we started with just our living room. And we baby gated that in, and then slowly we would expand it. With Lotus, we actually spent most of our time down here in the basement. The basement's pretty large, so I actually gated off a section of the basement most days so that he would stay there, because if I gave him too much, he was more inclined to have an accident. And accidents, they're going to happen. No matter how good you are, no matter how thorough you are, they're going to happen. I feel like we were pretty high up on the vigilance scale, and Enzo still had a few accidents, and Lotus still had a few accidents. I mean, it's, you're human, you're going to make mistakes, you're going to miss things, and they're not perfect. They're going to have accidents regardless, no matter how much effort you put into it, but you're just going to try to minimize that as much as possible. Keep your house clean, and keep them understanding that the house is not a bathroom. All right, buddy. You washed your bone again. Keep dropping. Okay. Baby gate was a good transition to the list of items you should buy. Now, I've mentioned a couple already, kind of like the crate and so forth, and the gate. But if I had nothing and was going to get a puppy today, these are the things that I would want to buy that day on my way. Like, before I go get the puppy, let me go shopping. Like, these are the things I'm going to get. Or more likely, if you have a little thought ahead of time on this, order stuff and have it delivered, whatever. But these are the bare minimum. Now, there are other things I would get on day 2 and day 4 and day 6, but these are just the things that ideally I would want day 1. Now, I'm going to put links to all these below so that if you guys want to get them, careful. He already knows the Tupperware, but one of them is training treats. I'm going to set these aside so Lotus isn't freaking out over them. I know they're in a Tupperware there, and we do that just because it's easier to hold them and stay fresh versus the blocks and stuff. But training treats, they're specifically training treats. We still give them to Enzo and Lotus because they're bigger dogs. It's not really going to affect them, but they generally have, I don't know, I have to look at the nutritions, but I suspect they're not the healthiest treats, but they love them. That's why they're training treats. But again, because Enzo's 100 pounds, giving them a little training treat, it's dead, so we've always just stuck with them. But I would want those from day 1 for sure. The other thing you're going to want is pup bags. Now, you can get like these cheap ones. You can buy these by like the caseload. I will say don't buy too many of them though, because with the German Shepherd especially, or any larger breed, these are only going to be good for the first maybe month or 2. months. Thanks for hitting the camera. And once they get a little bigger, therefore their deposits are a little bigger, you're going to want something more like this that has like the lining. You can put your hand through it, you know, protect it and stuff. But I'll put links for both these below. These are way cheaper, but once they get to be like full adults and stuff, you'd want like 5 of these on your hand if it'll save. Food. Like I said, do some research ahead of time. Figure out what food you want to feed them. Have some of that handy already. There's probably going to be a puppy version, so I have the puppy version. If it's not the same that the breeder is using on them, most good breeders are going to give you a small amount. You may have to buy some or whatever, because you don't want to just, it's not a light switch. You don't want to just switch their food on them like that. You want to phase it out. And, you know, you can do your own research on this, but generally it's like, you can phase it pretty quick. The Lotus, we phased it real quick. This next item, I don't have it here because it's outside right now in the car. I took them with me this morning when we went to the PA. I was going to go out and get it for this video, but they're being calm right now. I'm laying down, and if I go outside, they're going to go outside it again, and then it's a process again. But they're water bowls that they use nowadays. They're just like metal ones that we have to stand for. But in the beginning, you want ones with a rubber sole on the bottom because they're so small as puppies that they're just going to eat and drink right off the ground. And you don't want to. You can also do like a pad, like a rubberized pad underneath them. But if the bowl itself isn't rubber, they'll still slide around. Again, I'll have the links below so you can see the pads I'm talking about, but then also one of these rubber pads that you can put in there as well. One, it'll help it not slide around even more and give your floor protection, especially with the car. These next two items may be obvious, but if you're going to be excited to get a new puppy, especially if it's a little unplanned, you may forget. So just as a reminder, you need to have a collar and you need to have a leash. We only use solid leashes. We don't ever use retractable ones. They're not retractable leashes. They're not very safe. There's a lot of issues you can kind of read about them, why you don't want them. I will say that one of the things I like about, it's okay, like this one doesn't, but they make ones that have like a little flexibility in them that can be a little handy. I didn't want that specifically. We have one of those, and it's good for when they're a puppy because it gives them, they're going to run and pull you and things. It kind of gives a little flexibility in it, so it's not just like solid. This one is also nice, and so is the one that flexes because they have a little handle built in. So like when they're closer to you, you can just kind of grab the handle and hold them, hold closer to you. As I mentioned, you need a crate. Now, if you've seen our videos, we have like large crates for them. You're going to be inclined to want to buy the large one if you get like a German Shepherd because they're a large dog and they're going to outgrow the small ones. And the large ones you can get dividers and stuff. But there's two problems you're going to run into. Despite how big we know they're going to get, we start with the small crate. For the same reason that you don't want to give them full access to the house, if you end up giving them a big crate, you don't want them to have full access because it's a little puppy crate. It's kind of big. Kind of like, well, let me go to the bathroom here in the corner. You want to give them as little space as possible, but they're still comfortable. We ran into issues though with Lotus. For whatever reason, Lotus, he tried to escape. And when he's really small and the crate's really big, even though it's a good secure crate, because he's so small, he actually managed to squeeze his head. And thankfully we were home. And Nisha heard it because she's a lighter sleeper. Because theoretically, he could have probably choked to death the way he was in there. Because he started screaming and she heard it and came down and found him that way. So then we immediately got a small crate and took a bunch of extra precautions from that point on. Nowadays, he's fine, but he's always kind of had that issue with the crate being left behind, like the house being in the crate for some reason. And kind of taking to it, and he still kind of has these issues a little bit. But as a small little puppy, it was kind of dangerous. So I know they're not cheap. And I know that they're going to outgrow it in like a few weeks. But if you can, if you're buying an $800 dog, something tells me you probably can swing to buy a second crate. You could buy cheap used ones. I don't know, it's something that's going to go in my house. People do all sorts of weird things with their dogs. I really didn't want the used crate that was all beat up in my house. So we just bought a new one. As I mentioned, you should give them a bath that first day. So puppy shampoo, don't be using human shampoo or anything crazy like that. Actual puppy shampoo you want to get. And I suggest you get like terry towels. You can buy these at like Sam's or Amazon or whatever. You can buy them in bulk. I'll have links for all this stuff below if you just want to get it off Amazon. Basically, we just dedicate these to pups. Oftentimes, you need towels like to wipe their paws and stuff when they come in, but you don't need like big towels. People like to use like old bath towels and stuff. They're so large and you just need a little bit. I find these to be much more friendly, and then you can wash them every couple of days. They'll watch you wash. And last but not least, I've been saving this for last because I suspect the calm, peaceful puppies. The calm, peaceful puppies that you see here are not going to be as calm once I get these out, and that is pup toys. Puppies are going to chew, just FYI. They're going to chew. You can either have them chew on toys, or you can have them chew on not toys, i.e. your stuff. We've never had really any issues with our pups chewing up any of our stuff. There's been a couple isolated incidents where Enzo wanted to get a little temper tantrum. But generally speaking, they don't chew our stuff because we have plenty of toys for them to chew on. Specifically though, a couple of the favorites. One is this little rabbit. I'll put a link for it. I don't even know who makes it. I'll have to look it up, but I'll link it below. For some reason, as a puppy, they love this stupid thing. As older pups, they don't really care too much for it. This was actually Enzo's, and now it's Lotus's kind of. It was one of those that I always just felt a little bit safer with them having in the crate. Anything could happen with any toy when they're left in the crate, but at least they had something that I felt a little bit safer. Some toys you just feel safer than chewing on versus others for some reason. This, as I said, you should get multiple toys. I suggest you get some soft toys, and I also suggest you get some harder toys, like some harder, like big bones or something, because they're going to have preferences. Oh, do you want the rattle? Seriously? All right, here you go. So you might get a kick out of this next one. It's in my hand here, and it is Enzo's first rope. Lotus still plays for it, but actually Enzo still plays with this too. He'll come up with it. It's like a freaking toothpick when he puts it in his mouth now. But we have a big one too. We had a really big one. It accidentally got let down the range on Lotus, so I threw it away. But Enzo loves rope. Lotus likes rope and tug of war. Enzo freaking loves it. And we've played tug of war so many times with this rope, and then eventually with the big rope. We have like a medium handled rope now. This one, which works pretty well as well, but you can't get these two out of the pump. It's bigger than they are. I don't think people realize, like, I wish I still had our big rope to show you guys, but this is little rope. Big rope, seriously, like this big. Like, I bet it weighs like 4 or 5 pounds. It's massive. But yeah, definitely have a lot of toy options for you. You know, baby rope. Okay, so that does it for the video. I feel like it went longer than I anticipated based on my notes and just how long. As I started making the list and just more things crept up, it was like, oh, really should have this, really should have that. I came up with a bunch of other stuff that I think you should have, but not necessarily on day one, so I will do a kind of a follow-up video of kind of like everything you should probably consider having. But that's going to do it for this video. I hope you got some use out of it. If there's anything I forgot that you think should be on this list, definitely comment below and let me know. I can, add it to the notes and so forth. Other than that, new videos every Friday. Pups also have an Instagram, that Enzo and Lotus, just like the YouTube channel. Otherwise, appreciate you guys watching. And oh, there's the white thing. Come on, Enzo, come on. Ah, don't you dare. Lotus, come. Sit. Break.
Hey guys, Nate Schomer here, and today we're going to be talking about everything you need to know when training a new puppy. People often ask me how many sessions a day do I like to get in with a new puppy, and when do I start training a new puppy, and how long should these sessions be? Well, the moment I bring a puppy home, that puppy is learning. So I want to start training them right away. I usually like to get in between 1 to 3 sessions a day. Each session is about 5 to 15 minutes. We want to keep them short and we want to make them as fun as possible. We want the puppy to enjoy it. In fact, I try to make training the most fun that the dog will have throughout the entire day. So they're always looking forward to training. And if your dog is looking forward to training, then they're going to learn much faster. When training a new puppy, I like to use mealtime as training time. I don't like to give puppies really high value treats. The reason for this, if you're giving your puppy something very high value, it's like giving them a pay raise. And then if you try to give them a lower value reward, like the food that you're feeding them, their kibble, they're not going to want to work for it. So I like to have the puppy in the very beginning working for their meals. It increases the value of mealtime, but it also makes it much easier to train a puppy. You certainly do not want to free feed your puppy. If you do, you could be setting yourself up for failure. So make sure you don't do that. And if you don't have time to train your puppy, there's a few things that you can do. One, what I like to do is, if I don't have that much time, only a couple minutes, then when I'm working with the puppy, I'll give them larger handfuls of rewards for each behavior. This is going to give me an opportunity to still use training time as an opportunity to build that habit of wanting to work for food, but it also prevents me from having to feed them out of a bowl. If you don't have time to train your puppy one day or during one session where you normally would, don't allow this to be a missed opportunity. What a lot of people do is they'll unintentionally create separation anxiety. And they do that because they take the puppy and they put the puppy in the crate only when they're leaving the house and they're going to be gone for a long period of time. That could stress the puppy out. They could become bored and they could develop really bad separation anxiety, which is something you most certainly do not want your puppy to have to experience. So take this opportunity and use it to have the puppy enjoy the crate and satisfy the need to chew. I like to use either a raw bone or a Kong. I take the puppy's meal, I'll put it in a bowl, and then I'll put in water to allow the water to be soaked up into the dog's kibble. Then I'll take that food, stuff it into the raw bone or the Kong, and I will freeze it. Once it's frozen, I give it to the puppy. This gives them something to do while satisfying that need to chew, and it makes the crate a more pleasant experience. So you're less likely to end up with a puppy that develops separation anxiety. And speaking of crates, you also want to keep the crate next to your bed at night. You want to do this because when a puppy is really young, if they're separated from their mom, they will whine or they will cry to get the mom to come back to them to save them since they can't take care of themselves. They'll do that if you leave them in a separate room. Now, I've heard people say, well, you shouldn't bring them into the room because then you're going to be rewarding bad behavior. This is not rewarding bad behavior by keeping the puppy next to you. It's providing them with the security that they need at such a young age. They're not trying to manipulate you when they're 8 weeks of age and they're whining in the crate. What I like to do while the puppy's crate is next to me, if they do start to whine, I'll often place my fingers in the crate, just letting them know, hey buddy, I'm still here, no reason to stress out. And this brings me to the next thing, which is fear. We don't want to start reinforcing fear by comforting our puppies when they're afraid. Meaning, it's okay, good puppy, it's okay. We don't want to do that because what we're telling our puppy is, it's good to be scared. Yes, you should be scared. That's not something we want to do. So instead, they can feed off of us or they feed off of other dogs. I act like it's not a big deal, or I act like it's predicting something fun. If you saw my firework video, fireworks go off, instead of being like, oh no, what's that? I get excited, I go, oh, it's time to train, guys. Let's go out, let's play fetch, let's have a good time. So then the sound of the fireworks is predicting something fun, and it changes the way that our dogs will look at it. You're also going to want to start potty training your puppy right away. Don't make the mistake of getting puppy pads and using those inside the house unless you want your puppy to go to the bathroom inside of the house, because that's what a potty pad is doing. Dogs are very situational. If you teach them to go inside the house by using a puppy pad, then they will think that it's okay to go in the house, even when the puppy pad is removed. So make sure this is not something that you practice unless you want your puppy to go potty inside the house. We're going to want to start crate training, and crate training is our opportunity to potty train. Crate training is potty training, but it also teaches our puppy not to practice bad behaviors. If your puppy is still learning how to properly behave inside the house, you shouldn't leave your puppy unattended without eyes on. You have to be able to see them at all times, because if they do something that you don't like and you're not there to redirect them to something that's okay, and they start practicing that behavior, that's going to be something they own for life. We don't want them doing these bad behaviors. So if your puppy, again, is still at the early stages, make sure you have eyes on. It's no different than having a toddler in the house. First time a toddler starts walking around the house, you're not going to let them explore the house without having eyes on. You have to be there to say, don't touch that, that's sharp, that's dangerous, don't stick your fingers into the outlet. Things like that. Same with the puppy. We have to watch them, make sure they don't practice behaviors we don't want them doing as they get older. The next big thing to keep in mind is confidence building. You want a really confident dog. I talked about this in another video, and I referenced the movie Bolt. Why was Bolt so confident? Because they made him believe that he was a super dog. When I'm raising a young puppy, I'm doing the same thing. I'm exposing them to a lot of new things while making those experiences pleasant. One of the things that I like to do is I'll get an empty kiddie pool and I'll fill it with empty plastic bottles. It makes a loud noise. I make it fun for my puppies and I make it a game. This increases their confidence because they're hearing these loud noises, but they're associating it with something fun. We want them to walk on different surfaces. We want to expose them to different things, and at the same time, making it fun by either predicting play or predicting some sort of reward. The concept of confidence building is actually quite simple. We just take something, we make it predict something pleasant, therefore creating a positive association for the puppy. Another thing that I like to do is I like to show puppies how big and strong they are. For example, if I'm playing tug with a puppy, I'm not ripping the tug away to show the puppy how big and strong I am, but I instead let them push into me and I might fall back, or they shake and the toy is ripped out of my hand. I'm trying to show them how confident they are. Look at it this way, a lot of dogs are okay with puppies. They're not aggressive towards puppies. Now, on occasion, you will find a dog that can be aggressive towards a puppy, but most dogs aren't. And the reason for this is because the puppy is not a threat. An older dog can be a threat, and that can create something like a dog fight. But when they're not threatening, more often than not, they're not going to be aggressive towards them because they know they're not a threat. It's the same thing when you have a really confident dog. If you have a very, very confident dog, that dog is less likely to get into fights. That dog is less likely to have fear issues. That dog is going to learn much faster and be more willing to explore the world, and you're going to have an all-around much better dog. So confidence building is very important. Make sure you start that right away with your puppy. And when it comes to confidence building, I like to expose my puppy to a lot of new things. And I know during the early stages, when your puppy hasn't received all their vaccinations, you want to be careful so they don't get sick or they don't get parvo. But what I like to do, even before my puppy has had all their shots, I might carry my puppy around the neighborhood. I'll walk around the block every single day, multiple times a day, just carrying my puppy, letting them see things, letting them kind of check out the world, what's out there. So I'm not taking them out for the very first time when they're already 16 weeks of age. At that point, we have missed the imprinting stages. Our puppies' imprinting stages is from when they're born up until 16 weeks of age. So what they learn during that time will often stick with them for life. So I want to make sure I'm exposing the puppy to as many things as possible. Like I said, I'll carry the puppy around. If the place does not have a lot of dog traffic, then it's okay to take the puppy to those locations as well. I wouldn't take a puppy that hasn't had all their vaccinations to something like a dog park or PetSmart. But I'm going to take them out, I'm going to carry them, and I'm going to let them see as much as I can possibly expose them to, so it's no longer a big deal. I mean, think about it this way. If you were inside a cave your entire life and you came out for the very first time when you're an adult, you're going to be either scared or you're going to be wanting to check out everything. If you had a leash on, you might be pulling really hard to see what this is, to see what that, what's this over here. So we want to expose them so then these new things are not a big deal and they're not freaking out when they get older. They're more relaxed and more calm out in public. This is why a lot of well-trained service dogs are very relaxed in public, because they've been exposed to it quite a bit when they were a young puppy. And they were taught in a sense that being out in town doesn't mean they have to go say hi to everybody, doesn't mean that anybody's a threat, or doesn't mean that other dogs are a threat. It's just part of the environment. And that's something you're going to want to do with your own puppy to make sure they're as confident and comfortable as possible when you're outside of the house. Now it's time to start training our puppies. When we start training and we're doing an actual formal training session, again, we want to make it as fun as possible. And the very first thing that I start off with is engagement training. I have a video on exactly how to do this, but this is where we condition our dogs to the markers. So a marker is a word or sound that predicts a reward. It pinpoints a moment in time when the dog is correct or when the dog is incorrect as well. And again, we call it a marker because we are marking a moment in time. These are also known as condition reinforcers. A condition reinforcer predicts a primary. When our dog does a behavior we're trying to capture, we have to let them know within 1 second that they're doing a behavior we would like them to repeat. So in that 1 second, let's use a sit for example. The moment the dog's butt hits the ground, I have 1 second to either give the dog a primary reinforcer, food, toy, or affection, or I have 1 second to let the dog know they're going to get a primary reinforcer. And that's our condition reinforcer. That is our marker sounds. It could be a clicker, it could be yes, it could be free, it could be whatever word you want to use. I use yes and free for my dogs. So when I say that, my dogs know that they did the behavior correctly and they're going to receive a reward. And every single time you use a marker, no matter what that marker is, you have to follow through with the reward. So for me, if I tell my dog yes, I'm going to pay my dog. It is a guarantee. You did the behavior correctly, you are going to get a reward. Don't start saying a marker and then fail to reward the dog. I've had people do that before. They're saying yes, they're not rewarding the dog, and oh, the dog's happy, so it's okay. Well, no, the dog was happy, or the puppy was happy, because they thought they were going to get a reward. We don't want to diminish the value of our yes or our free or whatever sound we're using by not rewarding them. That's like going to work somewhere, receiving a paycheck, and then the paycheck bounces. Well, you're going to stop working because it no longer predicts the primary reinforcer. So we have to make sure our paychecks never bounce when we're working with our dogs. Once I have my puppy conditioned to the condition reinforcer, the markers, then I start to use that in an exercise known as free shaping. Free shaping is when we don't have anything in mind we want our dog or our puppy to perform, but when they do something we like, we reward them for that. This shows them what behaviors we like them to perform inside of our house, and then our puppies are going to be more actively seeking out these behaviors because we've taught them it's something that we like. The way that we do this is very simple. We keep a reward inside of our pockets, hidden away from the dog or the puppy. When the puppy does a behavior that we like, yes, we mark that behavior and we give the puppy a reward. The puppy didn't see the reward, but the puppy's behavior is what made you say yes and what made you give them a reward. This helps create a proactive dog. This is the whole concept of operant conditioning. A dog that understands that their behavior has an effect on their environment, so they can make things happen for themselves. So you get up in the morning, your puppy gets out of the crate, your puppy looks at you. Yes, you give your puppy a treat. Your puppy goes and lays down on his bed. Yes, you go give your puppy a treat. Your puppy sits. Yes, you give your puppy a treat. Your puppy lays down. Yes, you give your puppy a treat. You're showing your puppy exactly what you want them to do inside of your house or wherever, doesn't matter. And you're also showing them that their behavior can make rewards happen. This is a great way to not only create a proactive dog, but this is how we get our dogs to perform behaviors whether or not we have rewards in sight. So most dogs are reactive. Your dog is probably reactive as well. You tell the dog to sit, the dog looks up at you and says, you don't have a treat, why should I sit? You pull out the treat, the dog goes, ooh, okay, I'll sit for that, and the dog sits. By doing this free shaping exercise, it teaches the puppy that their behavior can make rewards happen, whether or not they see the rewards. It's incredibly, incredibly powerful, and I highly recommend that everybody implement the concept of free shaping with their puppy. Now, once we have that completed, then the next training session, we're going to start using luring to show our puppy every behavior we want them to perform. When I'm first teaching behaviors, I'm not worried about the verbal command, and I'm not worried about the puppy staying in the position. I'm simply giving the puppy a physical cue by luring, using food, to get them to perform all the behaviors that I would like them to perform, such as sit, go to their bed, down, come, heel, center, spin, you name it. We can use luring to teach almost every single behavior. Just remember, wherever the nose goes, the butt does the opposite. This is why a lot of people believe that they taught their dog to sit or their puppy to sit, even when they didn't. Because they tell the puppy, sit, 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 sit. The puppy goes, what's that noise? They look up, their butt naturally goes down. The human goes, yay, I taught my puppy to sit. But really, all they did was made a sound that got the puppy to look up. But we want to make sure we're teaching our puppies the correct way so they do actually know the command. So if I take food and I lift it up, the dog's nose goes up and the puppy nose go up and their butt goes down. Now I'm shaping the behavior of a sit. I'm using a physical cue that's getting my puppy to sit every time. Same thing with down. I lure the puppy to the ground, or I lure the puppy into heel position, or I lure the puppy into the center position, or I get them to spin. Whatever it is, we can use that luring concept to teach all the behaviors we want. Once you have your puppy performing all the behaviors, then you want to start teaching your puppy leash pressure. Leash pressure is also another great way to build our puppy's confidence, because we're putting them in a mildly stressful situation and they're coming out successful. They are winning. And when they win, then their confidence increases. Success builds on success when it comes to working with our dogs or our puppies. So this is a great exercise. It teaches our puppies how to turn off pressure by complying, but it also helps us make obedience training very clear And it also helps us when we start teaching the stay command. So this is something that's very important. I like to teach this after I teach my dog all the behaviors by using luring, because I can then use luring to help teach my puppy leash pressure. You can learn all about this in my leash pressure video, and I highly recommend checking it out. Once I have my puppy performing all the behaviors with luring and leash pressure, then we're going to start naming the commands. Now, when you're training your puppy and you're naming commands, don't worry about teaching one behavior at a time. Sit, lift, yes, reward, sit, lift, yes, reward. Doing that over and over and over and over and over again, that's not going to make the training very fun. Remember what I said at the beginning. We want to make training as fun as possible. So I like to incorporate all the commands I'm teaching my puppy. One training session, I'm doing multiple sits, multiple downs, come, heel, climb, place, all these different commands. I'm doing it all in one session. Again, it makes the training way more fun for the puppy. They're going to learn much faster, and they're going to want to come back for more. And when we're done with the session, we want to make sure we end when the puppy is engaged, focused, and the puppy's having a good time. We don't want to end the session when they're already becoming bored. We want them wanting to come back for more. So make sure the sessions are short and make sure they are as fun as possible for your puppy. Also, before every single training session, I like to incorporate at least 30 seconds to a minute or so of engagement training. Even though the puppy already knows the markers or the dog knows the marker, starting off with training and doing engagement training gets them into the zone, gets them into the right mindset, and they're going to learn much faster because of that. So I highly recommend starting every single session with that engagement training. Lastly, once you have all the commands down, your dog is performing them on the verbal command alone, you've taught your dog leash pressure or your puppy leash pressure, then you want to start implementing the stay command. I always like to teach the stay command by teaching the easiest one first. So I'll start with the climb stay, and then I'll do the crate stay with the door open, then maybe the down stay, then the sit stay, then the center stay, then the heel stay, then the stand stay. I want to start with the easiest
still
one,
sleeping?
building the puppy with success,
It's okay.
and
You
getting
keep
them to the
sleeping.
point where they're able to accomplish the more difficult tasks because they've been successful on the easier ones, such as our
What
climb
fell?
and our crate. And
Was
like
it
I
this?
said,
Oh,
we
this
want to
fell.
confidence building.
Ah, I see
So
what fell.
don't fall into
It's okay.
the habit of trying to be the alpha and trying to dominate the dog and alpha rolling and all that. That's all nonsense. Instead, every time you work with your dog or puppy, remember, you are on the same team as your puppy. You're working together towards a common goal, and you're teaching your puppy how to navigate within the human world in ways that other dogs don't. I hope you guys liked today's video. Let me know what you think about it in the comments below. And as always, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. Thanks again, everybody, and I'll see you in my next video.
G'day guys, welcome to Lucy's channel, Lucy Lane, the Queen of Balmain. Today we're going to talk about 5 things to know before getting a female German Shepherd. So before we get started in 5 things to know before getting a female German Shepherd, I just want to disclose I'm not a dog expert, dog trainer, dog behaviourist in any way, shape or form. I am an enthusiast and crazy dog dad who loves taking photos and video of his pup. But what I do also want to disclose is that this is just from my own experience bringing up Lucy in the last 2.5 years. Lucy's 2.5-year-old West German show line, but she does have a decent amount of play drive about her. She's very active, and I just want to share with you the characteristic traits that she has. And the first one is weight and size. Generally, a female German Shepherd is going to be a little bit smaller than their male German Shepherd counterparts. Now, male German Shepherds are around 60 to 65 centimeters from the shoulder and weigh around 30 to 40 kilos, and a female German Shepherd is around about 55 to 60 centimeters from the shoulder, and they can weigh anywhere from about 22 to 30 kilograms.
Hey,
Now,
don't
this is
chew on
generally
that.
speaking.
No.
Now, from our
Don't chew.
experience, Lucy is a little bit more than the average female. So Lucy is a little bit larger than the average female. She weighs in at around 34 kilograms now, and that is very lean. Here is a photo here, so you know she's not fat. Now, Lucy is around about 63 centimeters from the shoulder. I'm not sure what that is in inches, I'm sure you can figure it out. But generally speaking, Lucy is a bit larger than the average female. She's probably more the same size as like an average male German Shepherd. Now, another great factor of a female German Shepherd essentially being a little bit smaller than their male German Shepherd counterparts is they can actually be a little bit better and more natural at agility dog sport. So this is kind of what you're looking at to do with your dog one day. Maybe a female German Shepherd might be the better choice. Alrighty, number 2 is female German Shepherds are easier to train than male German Shepherds. So I've never owned a male German Shepherd, so I can't directly compare, but from what I know around, from just understanding German Shepherds, owning a female German Shepherd and being quite active in a regular German Shepherd community here in Sydney, I feel that female German Shepherds tend to mature a little bit earlier than male German Shepherds. This can just help with, obviously, obedience training. And male German Shepherds can be probably a little bit more stubborn than female German Shepherds. Now, this isn't set in concrete because your female German Shepherd could have completely different characteristics to Lucy or whatnot. But I found with Lucy, she was very willing to learn, eager to please. So training her wasn't too hard at all. And we did realise and notice that with some of our friends who got a male German Shepherd around the same time that we got Lucy, we did see the difference in how fast Lucy was picking up information and learning and compared to the male German Shepherd. Now, again, it could be a whole lot of different factors involved in that as well. I think I may have been in a position to train Lucy more and spend a bit more time, whereas other people probably didn't have the same time that I had. But still, it was quite a noticeable difference, and this is the best comparison that I can do, not owning a male German Shepherd. But I think in general, I think the community can relate that a female German Shepherd is easier to train. Alright, so you've been a bloody great girl, mate. You've been a good girl. Here. Yes. Good job. And a nutritional study? No. Nice work. Number 3 are heat cycles. Now, if you're going to get a female German Shepherd, you're most likely going to encounter a heat cycle at some point before you get them de-sexed, if that's your plan. So, female German Shepherds generally start having their heat cycles at around 6 months, potentially a little bit older, depending on what, every dog is different, and that can last them around 2 to 4 weeks. And you possibly can get 2 heat cycles a year for a female German Shepherd, but this could differ between different types of dogs, and this is just kind of generally speaking. We actually missed out on Lucy's first heat cycle because we got her de-sexed at around the 7-month-old age bracket. And depending on who you talk to and who you speak to, is you're probably going to get a different opinion on when you should get your female German Shepherd de-sexed. Some veterinarians say 6 months, others say 12 months, other specialists and people say 18 months, and you've got a whole bandwagon of people who say 2 years or don't get your dog de-sexed. So
hey, stop, no chewing. Don't do that.
Some people say if you get your German Shepherd, your female German Shepherd de-sexed early, at around 6 month bracket, and try to miss that first heat cycle, that they could potentially be more prone to cancer. I'm not sure if it's actually proven in case studies or not. And you can actually stunt your German Shepherd's growth. Like, I can definitely vouch for the second that is potentially incorrect, because Lucy is actually on a larger size for a female, if not heading towards more the average male size German Shepherd. So there's definitely no growth stunts there. Now, I had heard a bit of information about the whole cancer thing, but again, I'm not sure if, how accurate that is. and it's possibly something you're going to have to look at and make that decision for your own dog. At the time, when we got Lucy D6, we weren't aware of it, and the vet wasn't phased with this possibility at all. So we just went with the recommendation that was best for us. Now, if you're not going to get your
Hey, no, stop.
that's perfectly okay. There's no right or wrong thing to do. Just be aware that once you're in their heat cycles, that these dogs will do anything to get the doggy D. And by the doggy D, I mean mate. So it's kind of this crazy animalistic urgent nature. You know, when they want to mate, they will do everything in their power. Your 6-foot high fence, 8-foot high fence, probably won't keep your German Shepherd in the backyard. So your female German Shepherd potentially needs to be kept inside of the time. You have extra precautions and measures around her keeping when she's in her heat cycles for other dogs trying to get in and your dog trying to get out. You don't want accidental litters. And also, you be aware that they can have some bloody discharge come out of their little downstairs. Oh, Lucy, hey darling. Lucy didn't have that problem though, but I know with female German Shepherds, you can put these little nappies on them that are specifically made for dogs, and that can help kind of keep the house clean. So, again, there's something else that you have to decide whether you did your dog D6 or not, or at what time period. But just be aware. Heat cycles. Number 4, lifespan. Female German Shepherds are going to outlive male German Shepherds. So if you want a dog that's going to hang around a bit longer, probably get a female. So, no, this isn't the case. But there is a study that was released by the Royal Veterinary College in the UK and did a study to say that female German Shepherds tend to live on average 11.1 years, whereas male German Shepherds tend to live 9.7 years. So if this is a big factor for you, maybe for more longevity or maybe a better chance of life with a dog, maybe a female German Shepherd could be the right pick. But this is just from a study. So just to throw a little spanner in the works with that, when we were going to pick up Lucy, we got the privilege of meeting her grandfather or her great-grandfather, who happened to be nearly 15 years old. He was in exceptional shape, and he had no hip dysplasia. He was in immaculate condition. He actually looked like he was 8. Like, he looked amazing. So, look, this again is statistically speaking, a lot of factors come up to the longevity of your German Shepherd, as we all know. Health, nutrition, everything. God, the exercise, genetics, all these factors are going to play a big part. So this study was just to say, statistically speaking, that females tend to live a little bit longer than males. Okay, and that fifth thing to know before getting a female German Shepherd is female German Shepherds don't tend to be a one-man dog, as potentially most male German Shepherds will tend to look towards one person, that's specifically who does their training and feeds them and things like that. Now, with female German Shepherds, and this is directly from owning Lucy, Lucy's very smart. She's very 50-50 when it comes to my wife and I. Lucy's got everything figured out. So Lucy understands that in the morning, she's very affectionate towards me because I do her training in the morning and I do most of her exercise and fun curricular activities in the AM. Whereas in the afternoons when I'm at work, Felicity, my wife, feeds Lucy and generally spends the evening with Lucy laying on the bed and doing her thing. So Lucy's very loving and very affectionate towards mum in the evenings, whereas where I do the training in the morning, Lucy's more affectionate and loving towards me in the morning. So it's very 50-50. The last thing I wanted to share with you guys today is something extremely awesome that we got just recently called Yolo Pup, who specialise in dog training toys. So these are some of the toys that I've used a lot in the past, things like tugs and bite balls and stuff, especially tugs. Now this is Lucy's kryptonite and my most favourite training aid when I'm doing obedience work with Lucy. Just jump out of the way there, Lucy. Now how beautiful is this? This is like what you'd expect from Apple. This is Apple packaging. How good is that? Look at this. Welcome to the pack, Yolo Pup. If you do it right, once is enough. Boom! That is fantastic. Guys, I'm going to link everything below with where you can find this stuff here. But there's two specific things that I really, really want to talk about. That are these tugs. Tugs are freaking amazing training tools. This is one of the main things I use with Lucy all the time. You'll see me pull out tugs in all the other videos, but they're not as durable as this tug here, especially. This is bloody leather, and these handles are awesome. Tugs in the past that I've used have the tiniest little handles, man. I have big hands. I've got man hands, right? I need big hands for a big tug. So let's get into it. The first reason why this tug's so awesome is it keeps the attention on you. So if your dog is a little bit reactive towards other things, you can divert their attention and play utilizing this tug. The second reason why using a tug is so good is bloody good exercise for you and your pup. Because when you've got a 34-kilo German Shepherd swinging off the end of it, it's a bloody good arm workout. Another cool concept of a tug is dogs naturally want to bite. And this actually helps satisfy that natural urge and tendency to want to bite things. So you can redirect that onto this tug. But don't be an idiot and hold it here like I once did, because your dog may accidentally bite your hand. That's why we've got these awesome, extra thick handles for you to grab on. Another great reason to utilize one of these tugs and why they're so appealing to the pup is because it's a great way to teach the dog to release, to out or to drop the tug onto the ground. And then if your dog is clicker trained, you can then mark that behaviour and then reward them again with another game of playing tug. Now, if your dog's having a hard time releasing this tug, this is where you play the two tug game. And what's better than one of something is when you get two of something. This is the Hoochie tug. You may recognise it as of probably your wife or girlfriend's handbag or your own hand or man bag that you own. So this Hoochie tug will help you get this tug back, and here's why. So if you can't get the tug off your dog, or you haven't quite mastered the drop, down, out, whatever it is you want to mark that command with, you can then pull out your specific Hoochie tug, which is even bigger and more appealing, and then you can get the attention of this. They're going to have to out that one naturally, and then you can really utilize this tug. So guys, if you would love to get your hands on high quality tugs, and these are going to be our go-to moving forward, make sure you jump over onto YOLO Pup. All their links are going to be down in the description below, and pick up your YOLO Pup tugs. Be quick, because this bad boy here, the Hoochie tug, is flying out of the goddamn door. Just remember guys as well, this isn't a toy that you just, oh cool, got it, throw it in the backyard and let the dog go nuts. This is a training tool. This is to utilize to build a bond and to reward your dog. So I think the best practices with these, don't leave these toys laying around the house when you're not utilizing them for training, and maybe pick up toys that kind of resemble a tug. Don't give that to your dog if you want to utilize it and get the most out of it as a training aid. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you tune into the next video, which will be released in the next upcoming few days. Is I'm going to be doing 5 things to know before getting a West Showline German Shepherd, and that is exactly what Lucy is. So guys, if you want to tune into that, please make sure, hit the subscribe, hit that notification bell, don't miss it, and we'll see you in the next video.
Let's go. Come on, go. go, you guys? Oh, Pavilion. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, yeah. So far it's good, just that one time. Yeah. In the morning when we were outside. Are you in here? Yeah, girl.
Moxie, I guess, he ended up hitting the main line. You know, this isn't a bad guy. He was up in Pelican Bay, so they ended up saying back to him because it's a medical facility. Because they hurted him. So they ended up sending him from Willis to the line, you know. And, well, we're back there. I guess he got a celly from his own neighborhood. But, you know, if I sat here and told you who he was, I would be lying to you, and I'm not gonna do that. But I guess he caught feelings, you know, which is understandable. And homeboy moved on his homeboy for the same reason that he was under his fucking dad, you know, which is the one person that's supposed to be representing his neighborhood out there in the structure, you know. So he moved on him and did what he had to do, you know. Now, I know there's gonna be a lot of people that come on here and say, hey, but we heard Muggsy this and that. You know, I heard a lot of stories about Muggsy and that he liked to use when he was up in the Bay, this and that. But not one of them had to do with him owing them while he was on the line. And I seen the beaters that were being written, you know, when we ran that mate. It ain't something that I'm right here, you know, telling you how to hear he said, she said stuff. I read the beaters where, you know, he got done under an assumption from his own family. He assumed that he owed Weathershide. He never waited for the reply. He decided to act on it. And his orders were, get some box cutter, prove a point on the yard. You know, El Monteflores, whoever messes up one way or another, this is my chicada towards them. I mean, me personally, you know, I can say a lot of things, man, but I never lost love for my neighborhood like that, you know, to actually go extra out my way to impose punishment and hurt, and then especially if there's somebody there that's a family member. But that's again, gotta be one out backwards, you know. He really pulled one of those Hollywood movies to go out, you know. And then the headaches he left behind, you know, because there was a lot of headaches, man. There was a lot of dope that was given to him that was still owed by them, and he sat on it, you know. He was smart, you know. But again, it's those staccatos ways, man. They're always looking for the benefit, even when they're about to take that walk, you know. They can't just say, you know what, I'm just gonna creep out. Nah, they have to take that walk with a bang, right? But you know, when you live hurting people, you know, you can't expect anything different, especially hurting those people that you're supposed to take care of, you know. As you guys know, that just hasn't happened in years, you know. Well, at least since they've been out the show. A lot of people say, you know, if they weren't here, camaradas this, camaradas that, but man, who knows how it would be, but it would be amongst camaradas, right? It wouldn't be about somebody that straight up, I remember Gino, when Frank B used to come up to you and straight laugh, you know, like camaradas, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sureños, and 1 norteño, and you can't do nothing about it. They start laughing at you in the face. Just something to think about, you know, for those that are out there, man. You know, the human mind works in layers, you know. You could put it like that. You know, it matures to a certain point, little by little, little by little. And I understand that. But, you know, hearing the stories about these individuals and how they act, you know. I mean, look at this. Again, I'm not sure if they had the same last name, everything. You know, I'm not sure if he was his carnal or his first blood primo, you know, his first primo hermano. But regardless, you know, he didn't have to go to that extreme, but he did. It just comes to show once they're there what they think, regardless, you know. But anyways, mi gente, with this said, I hope I made some sense out of this. I know there's going to be a lot of camaradas from El Monte that come on here, because Muxie's known, you know. And, you know, when I was in Ironwood, I actually talked about this with a lot of camaradas from EMF. And they knew it was dirty, but at the end of the day, the Pili was still setting up there in Pelican Bay, so they couldn't really speak about it, right? But no homeboy decided he got what he didn't deserve, and he thought he went out righteously, which to me it ain't, you know. Hitting another camarada from his neighborhood behind somebody else's actions, it's just worse, right? It's the same as he got done. But with this said, I'm gonna go ahead and let you guys rest. It's kind of late, you know. Just been going through some headaches, you know, here and where I'm at in Sinaloa. So it's something right now, you know. It's something just on the action of the gente here. They're taking actions that they've never taken, you know. And government ain't happy, I'll just leave it at that, you know, so they're going up and down, you know. And they have a reason, you know. They have a good reason, you know. I mean, just because they think someone stole, they go pick up 60 members from a family, including kids, babies, and disappear. Something they never done, but I guess rules are always meant to be broken, you know. When you give someone power, they're going to use and abuse and take advantage of the ones that don't have that power, I guess. But it's hard, you know, it's just, and then, well, just headaches, I'll just leave it at that. But mi gente, muchísimas gracias. Please stay true to yourself and loyal to your loved ones. I hope I made sense a little bit. Buenas noches, disgusting.
You hot, baby girl? Damn. I got you.
What's cracking, everybody? Welcome back. Hey, welcome to the Dub Show. I appreciate you guys, man. What's cracking, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. New video. Today we're going to talk about some of the dangers in prison, some different things. I don't know if anybody has talked about this stuff. I'm sure probably as far as the Raza from the North they have, but I want to talk about a few things that could be dangerous and just give you a glimpse at how things sometimes are in prison, a lot of times. First things first. Having conversations as a convict. Last time from Southern California. Having conversations with SEALs, with cops, whatever, right? Normally, no one wants to have any kind of one-on-one conversation with an officer, period. If he's their plug, that's one thing, but even then, it can be dangerous. There were before they let the legends out, there would be certain dudes that it would be understood like, okay, if he's talking to Hura, we trust him, right? But no youngsters were going to be allowed to converse with a SEAL by themselves for their protection. We always wanted to have at least one person with them to hear the conversation, because you can go and it could be something not even serious at all, something frivolous. You had to get at the Hura about something, and it just so happens that day some information was received by officers and believed that, see, like, I know the Northerners, they have their DTRs, I think they call them, daily tier reports. Anybody, any cell movements, anybody's in and out of the cell, out of the section, they write it down, the date, the time, who it was, when they came back, and then they got to report that to their channel, and then it goes wherever it goes. As far as the Raza for down south, they're not going to do that. They don't have to write it down and go report it to someone. However, vatos that are gamed up, anytime you hear a cell door moving, somebody in the cell, I don't care who it is, it could be you, it could be your cellie, somebody's going to get up and go to the cell, in front of the cell, and see what's going on here. You got to know what's going on. You got to go and tell the homie, the bloquero, any of the meseros, and, hey man, this dude, he came out of his cell. They don't look like, so what? You scared of him or something? Like, that's the way they'll respond. Like, so what? Homie, what's going on? You scared of him? Is he messing with you or something? Like, what? But if, again, some information gets, or a cell gets hit, we could do the information, confidential information, whatever, that's when somebody might be like, well, hey, I seen homeboy come out. I'm not saying he did anything wrong, but I saw him come out by himself when he was talking to the Hura in the day room, or he went down in the end of the rotunda and he was talking to the Hura. All right, cool. Then it'll be looked into. Why was he down there? Oh, the Vato said he had a 602. He filed a 602, which is an inmate appeal, right? Over what? Then it'll be looked into. Is there really a 602? What was it over? And those that are trusted, like, look at, I mentioned this before. So I used to play these two cops, right? And let me tell you something. Vatos that were in leadership positions, they have code names for each other. We used to rotate the code names like every 6 months, change it to something else, just in case, right? But we also had code names for certain Huras, right? So I'm gonna use this idiot. I've talked about him before. This idiot that called himself Zap. So I'm gonna use his stupid nickname that he called himself. And then there was another CO on the yard. We gave him a nickname, Jeff Gordon. And if he sees this video, he'll know exactly who he is, because he became aware of it, right? Let's just say that. But Zap and Jeff Gordon couldn't stand each other. Zap was not part of the ISU. You know, it's funny that people call ISU guys IGI. They are not IGI. They're ISU. The black badges are not IGI unless they like in Pelican Bay and Corcoran, they had the gang unit. Their shit would say gang unit on it, right? But an IGI is a lieutenant. There's one IGI and it represents a lieutenant, right? The rest of them dudes with the black badge, that's ISU. Now, Zap wasn't ISU. He had been at one point. He wasn't. Jeff Warden was. He had been a yard cop, and then he got moved from there to ISU, right? And I used to play these dudes off each other. I would pick at certain shit just to find out what do they know, right? And other homies I would usually try to have one dude with me, or at least in earshot. That way they can hear everything that's going on. And I had a tendency to, if I had to engage with one of them, I would talk louder because I wanted somebody to hear what was going on, right? But anyways, so I would put hooks out there. That's the cat and mouse game. I was watching the movie Heat last night. I never watch movies. Last night I was watching the movie Heat. And you know how in that movie Heat, Al Pacino and Robert De Niro are in that cafe having dinner together. They're having that conversation. It's a cat and mouse game. Same thing goes on in prison. That's what made me say, you know what, I want to do that video today. Right. Last night I said I'm gonna do that video tomorrow. And that's what it is. And things that both of them, when Zap and Jeff Gordon would say the same thing, I knew it was the truth. It was always so easy to play them because they disliked each other so much. I would be like, hey man, but I wouldn't call him Jeff Gordon. So Zap, hey fucking Jeff Gordon, man, that dude thinks this and this and that. He just barely got on the fucking squad, and then Zap would. Then I would talk to Jeff Gordon. I'd be like, man, this motherfucker hasn't been on the squad in forever. He acts like he knows everything. He started running at his mouth. He was an ego. Ego's easy to play on. Look at what happened to Wes Watson. Ego is very easy to play on when people are motivated by it. And so when they would, as much as they couldn't stand each other, if they would both bring up a certain thing, I knew that was legit. They know they gotta play cat and mouse. They're trying to throw me off while I'm trying to throw them off. But if they both say the same thing and I know they can't stand each other, they don't talk to each other, then I would know, like, all right, then. Got him. Go back to the home day, let's check this out. And we were playing chess. Now, something else for you guys, those of you that have never been to prison. Something to let you know about as well. So, a lot of dudes, not all of them, but a lot of dudes, let's say you got a toothache. Let's say, I don't know, you need to see the doctor for any reason. So you fill out your medical request form, right? When you fill it out, you hand it to your cellie. I'm gonna go see the doctor. And your cellie might be like, oh, I don't want to see that. I trust you. Fuck that. I'll read that. You always gotta make sure, because it's 3 copies. You know, you write on the top one, and then the goldenrod goes to you, and the white one goes to this records, and the other one goes to, always read the last one. Separate the pages. Because there would be dudes that would write, you know, I have a toothache, my tooth's been hurting me for 3 days, I need to see the dentist, or maybe, you know, whatever it is. But they'll go to the back page or the second page and they'll write in pen something. Some dudes used to get at nurses like that. They would write in the middle, you know, and them and that nurse, that person and that nurse would know, hey, it's going to be on the second page or it's on the last page. I've seen that. I had a cellie pull a nurse like that. She would write him back, boom. But if you're putting in what is it? 22 form. I can't remember the name of the form. Wow. But anyways, if you wanted to see the counselor anything you put in writing, personal letters, Southerners didn't read each other. I heard Northerners do, but Southerners, you're not gonna read this dude's letter to his old lady. Now, there's some vatos that are so paranoid that, hey, this shit, motherfucker, crazy around here. Hey, I'm gonna send this letter to my lady, don't read it, because people would utilize mail or the mail system to tell her who that shit, to lock it up, a bunch of different shit. But imagine that, man. That's just.
Yeah.
What's good with YouTube, y'all? You know, still making some changes with the channel. You see, I'm on with it, guys. You don't know anything about power or say so in anything that you do or relate to. I can't do it. That's if I don't know who he is, I don't know how credible he is, and I don't know what your true intentions are. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like you're gonna go fucking let anybody watch your kid, right? Same thing with fucking this. So yeah, I was just having fun. It wasn't directed really towards anybody, just an overall how I feel about certain trolls. And how I feel about people who rock with them at times, you know what I mean? It's just, to me, it's fake. Anyways, let's get to the topic at hand. This new Folsom video is gone viral pretty much almost, right? A lot of people have touched on it, right? Not many have had the privilege to actually interview one of the individuals that was involved in it, which is a Nuestra Cosa member named Cody Taylor, Monster. He's the one that, you know, the tall one, the weather-looking one. He's from out there in, I think, Ontario or Oxnard. I always forget those cities mixed up, right? But I had him on the show, guys, and I actually had him describing the events of what happened. And he's kind of talking about it actually in riddle, but it's a really interesting story. And it talks about even when he got shot in the balls, when you guys see him drop. Even when he said that he was encouraging Homeboy to do what he did, was giving the hand motions to fucking hit him in the heart, right? All the stuff that he was saying that you see in the video, he was pretty much, you know, giving the info, like concurring with all the information. It's kind of interesting, right? So tap into that video, right? Now, that right there shows you guys what time it is, man. Now, I'm watching that video, right? You guys see how in sync both individuals work when they got their cuffs off? Do you guys realize that the rumors, as far as about the week before, the correctional officers were doing test runs to help these inmates get out of their cuffs and seeing if they could do it and how they would do it, was done? Those are 100% facts that did occur. Okay, and there's a lot of people trying to avoid addressing that because at the same token, you gotta remember, these guys are doing life. They gotta live there in prison. Exposing correctional officer abuse and whatnot is not in their best interest, okay? But in the right situation, I guarantee you that there's a lot of people who can concur what these officers were doing. Lo and behold, the same thing was being done in other places in Folsom. This was big in the AB's new, or the AB's legal case that they just went to trial on. A lot of these accusations were being made in that trial as well about what the officers were doing. In addition, you had two officers that out of nowhere died. One of them a little bit more questionable than the other, let's just put it that way, right? So, here you have it, man. CDCR, man, has been being hit hard in the last few years by accusations, and give shouts out to that prison guard, Hector Bravo, man, because he's brought light to certain things that have happened that need to be out there, that need to be exposed, things that just aren't right, things that if you have a moral compass, right, and you believe in treating humanity the right way, would be done. Now I'm going to throw something out there, whether you're active or inactive, if you're in prison, whether you have a loved one that's in prison, however it has to be, right? I'm going to put down an email for you guys to contact me. Any type of incident that's happened in the last few years of abuse, provide as much information and shoot to this email, right? I'm going to try to gather as much intel and info as I can and try to present something and show pretty much what's been going on these prison yards. Now, like I said, if you're active and you're worried about reaching out, have when your loved ones reach out to me, man. Okay? And I'm going to go through everything. I'm going to decipher everything, but provide as much factual information as you can. Okay? I don't want anything that's going to be, assumptions or speculating or insinuation. Just put the facts out there. You know, whether you're a witness, whether you were the victim, whatever it may be. Because this kind of stuff's been going on in CDCR, and there's not a lot of people that are really, you know, making the effort to put something together to present and show how much abuse goes on in prison. If everybody reaches out, right, and I'll try to make a reach out to some other channels that are on this like-minded, you know what I'm saying, mindset. Maybe we can put something together as far as all the different incidents that have happened, who was involved, who did what. Because there's a lot of shit that we know that's being fucking swept under the rug, right? That's the only way you're going to bring change, is not being scared to put certain info out there. Now, if it's something that happened that was really justified, hey, I'm going to be honest with you. I'll tell you, hey, we can't do nothing with this. You know, this dude shouldn't have been doing this. We can't, every time something happens and someone, you know, gets shot or someone gets fucking, you know, taken, you know, restrained, we can't always sit there and complain over every incident, right? But we can complain when there are malpractices, right? When something happens that shouldn't occur, when they use excessive force or whatnot. Those are the instances that we can, you know, push an issue on. So I was thinking of different ways in which I could help, you know, some of the inmates that are there in their plight and their journey. And sometimes, you know, some are active, some are inactive, and some just, you know, they're not going to have that communication, right? But if someone can provide the information on all instances, I'll put some fucking vicious together, man, to really expose and put out what needs to be put out there, man. You know, there's been, like I said, I don't forget when I was in there some of the shit that I had to go through, and some of the humiliations and disrespect and the PTSD that I actually have to this day, you know, that really affects my life on certain things. That, you know, it's not fair that certain individuals are bestowed that power, right, or that authority over you, and all they do is abuse it, man. And a lot of that just needs to be fucking, it needs to be put out there, man. You know what I'm saying? Even if someone's doing wrong, this is what people forget. Even a dude is in there for doing something wrong. Yeah, he's a criminal, he's a convict, whatnot, right? Maybe he's doing something that he shouldn't be doing in there. Yeah, that's all true, right? But it doesn't mean that they deserve that, man. That's something that people need to get over. Just because someone's doing wrong does not mean that they deserve to have their civil rights basically fucking, you know, thrown out the fucking gutter, thrown out in the gutter, you know what I mean? And that's happened a lot of times, man. And there's a lot of people who could provide the proof and facts to this. So I'm going to put that email out there, man. Because this incident that happened in New Folsom, these dudes really shouldn't have been put in that situation. You know what I'm saying? None of these guys. And no officer should have that power to actually allow crimes to happen and no repercussions for it, man. You know, like I said, there's a lot of stuff that's going on right now with a lot of things in the prison system that stuff is being fucking revealed and nobody's taking accountability, man. Look at the situation with Snoop over there in Donovan. Nobody should have been put in that position. Not just Snoop, but the other guy that got killed, right? You know, I think that's New Folsom story is kind of interesting that they pretty much brought it up and that people have reacted to it, man. You know, like I said, I dropped a video on the interview with one of the suspects 8 months ago. I'm gonna put it in the description once again, guys. And yeah, there's a lot more to even the story that he put in his interview, right? But a lot of the rumblings, it's all true, man. This greenwall activity that's been going on since 2020, everywhere at different facilities, or 2019, people are getting away with shit they shouldn't get away with, man. And it's time to pretty much expose all that shit, man, because like I said, things ain't gonna get better until people take the necessary action to fucking make things better. Otherwise, you're gonna be in the same situation 5 years, 10 years from now, and there's gonna be no changes. And a lot of this, like I said, is all retaliation for the end to all hostilities. You know, they're trying to create violence. They're trying to create environments to where they have to slam people down again. You know, once they slam people down and they put higher level facilities and they fill them up, man, they're generating income after income because it costs a lot more to house certain individuals based upon their classification. That's why they have so many different classifications in the penal system, because they get more money the more things are wrong with a person. And the messed up thing about that is you don't see people that are actually being rehabilitated. You don't see as many people who are being given opportunities once they come home. Very select few. I can concur that I didn't receive any type of services to help, you know, my rehabilitation when I was in the penal system, man. None whatsoever. It was a joke. Now, right now is a prime opportunity to expose a lot of shit that's been going on, man. And it takes the effort of people that are willing to put in the energy and the time and to help out, you know. And right now, like I said, it's a perfect timing because the internet has won every battle it's faced. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't lose. It's going to continue to win. And the more shit that's exposed, the more explaining that has to be done, the more rights are going to be reserved for your loved ones, you know, or for yourself out there that's doing time, man. I know how it is. I've done time. I've been in the shoe. You know what I'm saying? I've been places where I've been retaliated on. We know what the goal is here, right? Money. Money, money, money. Right? As well as political campaigns. And as taxpayers, you guys deserve the right to know what's going on in these prison systems, right? Where they allocate the money, right? Where they twist shit up. Where they are not held accountable for their misdeeds and misactions and abuse.
So my brother Tim Snow from Texas Prison Stories asked about the ABT, how it started and the brand's reaction, and was there any static when they hit the feds?
Okay, well here's what happened with the ABT. At first it was TAB, Texas AB. It wasn't AB of Texas, it was Texas AB. Now in the early, I think about 92, late 92 or going into 93, a dude drove up to Marion, and he was in I unit with us. I was in I unit under an investigation for an air piracy case. Snail came in. He was one of the fellas. He came in from B unit. He'd made a call, talked to a guy out on the streets named Slow, and Slow made the statement that Puppet, one of our guys, getting whacked out there in Lompoc, it was a good green light, but it wasn't. Barry did that, but it wasn't. But the thing was is this, it slows in the streets, but he knows all these calls are taped. And he shouldn't even be saying shit like that. Well, he got Snail arrested and put under fucking investigation in the hole. So Snail's right next to me in the hole in I unit on A range, right next to me. So a dude comes in from Texas named Big Mike McCarthy. And he told us that he was a Texas AB. He said at that time there was only like maybe on the yard he was in, it was like, he said like 5 or 6 of them. There's like 5,000 people there, but they were holding planting their flag, holding their shit, right? Well, see, prior to that, there was always a thing that nobody else could claim AB. Nobody. Doesn't matter where you're from, this, that, whatever. You just couldn't do it. The only AB were California ABs, and then the extended family of the federal AB. But that's the same organization. So me and Snail had a conversation about that, and I told him, listen, man, first and foremost, I respect good people and I respect good white men. And I especially respect good white men wherever they're at in these hostile environments we're in, that's, you know, anti-white and all that shit today. And it's always been anti-us anyhow, but that plant their flags and hold their ground. I respect that. So the fact that they're calling themselves Texas AV, my thing is, and at that time I'm a commissioner, so my position is this: I'm into building bridges and alliances with different crews, whether they're AB or anything else, all around the United States, in different federal prisons, state prisons, out in the neighborhoods, in the cities. I'm into building alliances and doing good business deals, because good business transactions leads to good friendships and leads to good stability, whether it's in individuals or, you know, organizations. It leads to inroads and relationships with other organizations, and stable relationships, good relationships. So that's what I'm in. So that's what I was pushing. So as it started going along, then, and then prior to that, in '83, I got arrested on a homicide. I got in a knife fight, and I killed a guy in a knife fight at Leavenworth. I got arrested, and I was in the hole under homicide, and I got a letter from an old co-defendant of mine, an old rap partner of mine named Charlie Roberts, known as Jive Roberts. And he was in the TDC at the time, and he sent me word, said, hey, comrade, blah, 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 you still with that set? I told him, yeah, well, you know, once you're in, you're in. Our thing ain't one of them things like, you know, you just, it's, you know, you're in for a while and then you just quit or whatever like that. If you do that, you're in trouble. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, anyhow, I told him, yeah, and I sent word back. I said, yeah, I'm still with that, blah, blah, blah. And that was in 83 and 84, because I was getting ready to go to trial in 84. So I think what he did is he used that down there as an introduction in that system, because I seen them guys later when I'm in the California system. A black dude came up to me and said, hey, John. I said, he says, man, you're on national TV. I said, what? He says, yeah. He said, you go and you're probably shit. No. So I went in, and there was a racketeering indictment against the AB of Texas. And they were kind of reiterating our shit, because at one time they were trying to say they're trying to charge us with like 100 murders and this and that, blah, blah, blah. And they were saying the same thing in connection with them, and that narcotics trafficking, this and that, you know, the normal racketeering stuff, right? And they named two generals. One was a general they called Slick, and the other one is General Jive. That's old Jive. Charlie Roberts. His picture was right on there. And while they're showing these, in the upper left-hand corner of the TV screen, the right profile of my face is shown, and I'm talking and I'm pointing to somebody. I don't know who the fuck it is. This is some old film. They're just cutting and pasting of me and superimposing it into this Texas thing. And I told you, I said, I don't know what the fuck they're doing with that me for. I'm not Texas AB. And I know, you know, Jive, me and him picked up cases together back in the days. But it wasn't no AB stuff or nothing, right? So somehow they're just tying me into that shit. So, and then I run into a guy in this system, ABT, named Billy George. And he, you know, he seemed cool, seemed like a good guy. But like I said, listen, man, I respect all people, whatever their flag is, whatever flag they're flying. Because like I told you one time before, and I tell other people, it's, listen, man, your first flag, before it's AB, NLRs, you know, anything, is your white skin.
Mm-hmm.
That's your first flag. That's just how it is. And same thing with blacks. I don't care what they call their first flag is their black skin, or Mexicans, brown skin, natives, red skin, Asians, yellow skin, whatever. That's their first flag. Now, it may get broken up into different little sets, and they may even go to war with each other because of policy difference, turf things, whatever. But the bottom line is, your first flag is your skin. So that's what I tell people, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And listen, you got to remember, I got rappies, co-defendants of all races. I got black rappies going back to, the late 60s. You know, friends of mine, these are good fucking dudes, right? I got Native American rappies, Mexican rappies, Asian, Japanese, and then partners, Vietnamese, Chinese, Japanese. I mean, I know a lot of people, right? These are good people. You know, I've never been somebody that goes around, you know, discriminating against people. I've never done that. That's not my style, man. You know, I treat people with common courtesy and respect, and give them
that dog switched. Something switched in his eyes. You can see it in the eyes. Big cats are the same way. If you're ever working with a big cat and they look up at you, you'll see their eyes completely change. They're about to attack. Dogs are less in the eyes, but it's there in the eyes. They go somewhere else. So I got a question on YouTube from Gideon about dogs turning on their owners, okay? Bad, in a bad way. All right. He says, hey Joel, please, can you do a video on what causes a dog to turn on his or her owner? I know it isn't as simple as breed. I looked through your videos and I couldn't find anything, so I don't know if you've talked about it already. And when I look it up on YouTube, all I see is a bunch of videos of dogs getting mauled or shot. Mauled or shot. All right. So I thought about this. The only times I've ever seen dogs turn on the owners is for 3 reasons. So first, let's talk about what isn't turning on the owner. What isn't turning on the owner is a young dog being crazy and nipping and jumping and mouthing. And I'll have clients come out here, especially when they're older and thin, their skin gets a little thinner. They'll have cuts and horrible scratches all over them. That's from crazy puppy teeth. I think we all know that's not turning on their owner. Okay, here's another thing that isn't turning on their owner. The biggest video I've ever had is a Malamute. It's a dominance video. It probably has 800,000 views at this point. And the dog, as the owner's leaving for the board and train, I'm sitting in this chair and I'm watching, and the dog is lunging. This is a 100-pound Malamute, lunging at the owner. And the owner's pushing him off, and he's lunging and he's pushing him off, and he's lunging and he's pushing him off. And then I did a dominance video with that dog. That still isn't turning on its owner. That is maybe dominance coupled with, I know you're gonna leave. When a dog turns, when a dog attacks, they sink their canines in, okay? Dogs bite unbelievably hard. When you really get bit by a dog, you know it. The canines sink in, and if the dog really wants to do damage, the canines sink in and then they shake their whole body. All right, that's turning. So that's why people will come out here and they'll say, my dog bit my other dog, or my dog bit me, or my dog bit my kid. And I will always ask, did you go to the doctor or did the dog go to the vet? Why do I ask that? Because there's a difference there. I've seen dog fights where a dog looks like it's mauling another dog and the other dog comes out completely unscathed. Well, the dog wasn't trying to hurt the dog. When they're trying to hurt the dog, they sink canines into the dog, generally speaking. So the sinking of canines is the difference. That is a turn that is intent to do serious damage. All right, so that's why I ask if they went to the doctor, went to the vet, or if you should have gone to the doctor. Sometimes people won't, but they should have. That's the dog trying to hurt you. All right, here's the 3 ways a dog can turn on its owner. 1 is common, the other 2 are very, very uncommon, okay? The first one, turning on its owner, is redirected aggression during walks, generally, or at fences. That is a turn. The dog is attacking the owner's leg. It is a big deal. It is not as big of a deal as the other 2. And it's frustration and it's redirection, okay? And how you deal with that is you don't let them get that frustrated. I know it's easier said than done. A dog has never redirected on me on a walk. Thousands of dogs, thousands of leash reactive dogs, they have never turned and attacked my leg, even the dogs that come out here for that. You know why? Because my doorway method. Because my walk out to the street, and dog goes, oh my God, I'm so excited. And I go, okay, we're going back into the property, or you're going back into the house. Okay, I'm calm. Okay, get a little more in the street. Oh, I'm so excited. Okay, we're going back. They don't ever build up to that point where redirection on your leg is almost even possible. It's never happened to me because of the method, okay? So they're out of their minds at that moment. Luckily, they come down, right, usually. The other way is to hold them. I mean, it's hard, especially with a big dog, is you hold them far enough away where they attack your leg and you do this. But you can only do that with a small dog, really, okay? All right, so that is number 1. That is the most common turn on their owner, okay? And some of us would say, yeah, it's not really turning on your owner, but technically it is. I mean, they'll sink their canines in sometimes, and they're out of their minds. They're not in a normal state of mind, okay? And we have to understand that. All right, so I told you how to deal with it, and that is right on the line of turning on the owner, but I think it technically is turning on their owner. It is. It truly is. All right, the other way is a mental illness. I've seen this. I saw this 6 months ago. I didn't have a filmer here. This lady showed up because she says, my dog. You ever seen that video of that lady on a bed and that pit bull's growling in her face? I think everybody's seen that. That is a mentally ill dog. Something switched. There's mental illness in dogs. There's mental illness in people. There's bipolar. There's schizophrenia. There's all these things. Dogs have it. That, I believe, is a mentally ill dog. I don't know the backstory there. That's what happened to this dog that came out. So the lady comes out. She tells me how her dog does this. I don't see it. Dog seems fine. Dog meets my dog. Dog seems all right. We go down to my office where you see me film sometimes, right, with the killer whale picture in the back. We're sitting there and we're talking, and the dog's being pretty good, but we got to talk through this. I then get up. I take a step kind of around the dog. I don't touch the dog, and the dog loses its mind, and it tries to attack me. I think it was on a leash, or maybe it was in a muzzle at that point, and you could see it in his eyes. The dog went somewhere else for no reason. Then, and I'm like, holy mackerel, that was insane. Then we go up to the car. He calmed down. We put him in the car. She's about to get in, and he attacks her at the window. It was the craziest dog switch I've ever seen, by far, because mental illness is not that common. Dog switched. I said, ma'am, I said, you have to take this dog to a vet immediately. This is super dangerous for you. You have to take him to the vet, sedate this dog. You need vet care right now. She left. She went to a vet. That dog switched. Something switched in his eyes. You can see it in the eyes. Big cats are the same way. If you're ever working with a big cat and they look up at you, you'll see their eyes completely change. They're about to attack. Dogs are less in the eyes, but it's there in the eyes. They go somewhere else, okay? So that would be mental illness, schizophrenia, bipolar. That would be the other way. And the last way is pain or injury. So people come out and they say, my kid was going up to my dog to pet it, and my dog lunged at my kid. Okay? Now, by the way, none of this is really normal behavior. Your dog biting you should absolutely never happen on a walk towards kids. Like, none of this should ever, it's serious business. All three of these forms of turning on the owner, okay, is injury. I've seen dogs, they have ear infections. They know the kid's gonna come up and go like this on their head. How about a dog with some sort of back injury or leg injury? I know I mentioned kids a lot because dogs interpret kids and puppies as haphazard. So kids will fall. When my kids were 4, and I have a 5-year-old now, but my 11-year-old boy would fall a lot. And dogs know that. They are like, this kid's gonna possibly fall on me with 40 pounds. I'm not gonna let that happen. I'm gonna proactively say, get out of here. Never happened to my kid, but they know puppies and kids fall and jump and lunge and have no boundaries for space, so they proactively say, get out of here. So injury, ear infections. How about tooth pain? How about back injuries? How about if you go up to your dog and they're hurting, but you're gonna pick them up? How about, okay, this is on the injury front. Southern California, everyone brings their dog to restaurants and bars. And I would be walking my kids, my little kids, through a restaurant, and there's a dog just laying in the middle of the walkway. And I'm thinking to myself, your dog better be able to have a child fall on them while they'll be sleeping there and not turn and bite the kid. Because kids fall all the time. So people bring their dogs to restaurants and they just let their dog lay there. Kids fall. So of course, I don't know. So I'm like, okay, dog's in the walkway, but we got to pick the kid up and avoid the dog. It's silly, but dogs will bite when they're fell on. Or So you got to be careful of injury. So take the dog to the vet. If it's looks like it's, and it might do it from far away. As you approach, it growls at you. It's like, no, it's like, get away from me, even though you're 10 feet away. So a vet visit is very important for bodily pain. Okay? So that is my answer to that gentleman about turning on their owners. I thought about this for like 10 minutes before this video. If you know another situation besides mental problems, besides physical pain, and besides redirection during a heightened state where they're out of their minds for a brief period of time, let me know on turning on their owners. Okay? That's the only situations I can think of. I have experienced 2 of them. I have never, dogs do it to other dogs in my pasture, right? My pasture is like a dog park. They go nuts down there. I've got a video of it. Bosco and that Doberman, I posted a long time ago. Bosco's a Doberman, black Doberman. Bosco plays rough. He kind of nips the dog. She falls. You hear her yelp. She gets up. He runs up. They darn near get in a gnarly 80-pound Doberman fight because she was hurt. Now, that's a dog to dog. We're talking dog to people, but injury can make a dog angry. Pain can make a dog angry, which makes sense. I see it down there fairly often. Dog runs and kind of hits another dog. This dog turns around ready to fight. All right, that same thing can happen with people when they're hurt. Okay, they're ready to fight. All right, so if you know of another time, and there's breed stuff too. All right, there's something. I had a Cocker Spaniel years ago that was just like doing something to his owners, and they mentioned like Cocker Rage Syndrome or Spaniel Rage Syndrome. I looked it up. I don't think it's proven. I found some stuff on it, but there does seem to be some breed stuff out there, some poor breeding lines, poor breeding that's happening. But they're breeding mental illness into a breed is what they're doing. So that falls under kind of mental illness thing. So if there's another one, I want to hear about it. Okay? Let me know in the comments. Like, subscribe, and comment.
in. I had 51.35 as my bottom today, so I'll go over really quick since my screen's up. My trade this morning, I had a short on my combine. I'm flat on my XFA today. I took a short under the daily VWAP at 11:15 this morning. We were making in between the bigger range today. We were making lower lows and lower highs. I traded from 44 down to 38, I think was the trade. I could check my topstepX, but I think it was 44 to 38. So it's basically from the middle of the range today, near the daily VWAP, under it, down to the bottom of the range, which was set at 6 a.m., that 35 area. So just an intermediary range trade from the middle of the range to the bottom of the range. I didn't get the top of the range because I'm still developing my range trading, to be honest. But this was the first read I had today, leaning into the shorts just because we couldn't hold above 48, 47. I've heard on Twitter today 51.50 is the level. So under those prices, I like shorts to the bottom. I did like longs this morning at 36, which is why I got out of my short there. But now I don't think it would be time to step in and find a buy here. I would let the market step in and do the bid. I would just be trying to sell this here. Yeah, there's no way. You don't want to buy this. This is sliding now.
Well, we just had that story earlier about how something like a third of all stock trades are in the last 10 minutes of the day.
I just saw that. Yeah. Yep.
So we're kind of sitting, waiting, figuring out where it's going to go. I see the ES is in one of my purple box zones, but it's been too aggressive a sell-off right now for me to step in front of it right now, but we'll let it develop a little bit.
So, I mean, if we are going to set up a trade, I do feel like we have to be forward thinking a little bit. I mean, are we trying to like find a long and see if it like gets range bound, or are we trying to find a short on a pullback if we ever even get one?
I would almost defer to you, Dolby. You're a better range trader, I think, than I am. I just had a podcast go out with Chris Cady, so I was re-listening to it, and he said that markets move in consolidation 80% of the time in ranges, and then 20% of the time we do this, where we're breaking. So if we're breaking, I would probably not step in and try to buy until 51.10 area, which is Friday's low. That would be the next level for me to look at. In this no man's land kind of, I almost would rather wait for a pullback and sell it and try to see it slide lower. That would be my take on it. But I'm curious to see if
interesting
levels.
I mean, you know, I think if we're trying to get into a trade quickly, would probably be for the shorts. I mean, it looks like we did just bounce off of like a 30-minute resistance at 17,786, which I believe is also, I don't know what this line is. If anyone knows what MP's charts are, it's this white EMA or of some sort. How does that even check that? It's fancy traders with your EMAs. I don't even know what that is.
Exponential moving average. Yeah, exponential moving average.
You know what number he has though? Do you know like what the value is of it? Because I don't know what the value is, but maybe someone in chat knows what it is. But it bounced on the white one, which is great. But I think a short would probably be a little bit more exciting here, I think. Someone's saying maybe the 100? Yeah, maybe. Maybe it is. If the red's 200, maybe that's 100, and then the blue one is 50.
Click the settings on it. Open the settings on it, and then it'll tell you.
Yeah, I'll double click on it.
Yeah.
MA. Oh, 9. It's a 9.
There you go.
Oh, there we go. Oh, that's boom.
Yeah, it's tough though because I would love to trade. Like I said, I'm up 350 on this combine here, and I want to almost lock myself out of it because I know I will hate to give it back here. But I also want to trade for you guys because I'm the show monkey today, so I need to make sure.
Well, actually, the Hus account is the show monkey.
Okay,
so
good. Less pressure on me.
You can lock that. No, feel free to lock that one up, and we will try to find some trades with the House account. We gotta get back at, we don't get back anything, but let's try to put on the winner here. This is power.
Are you looking at time and sales? I'm looking at time and sales. A lot of selling at 51.26.25, 51.25.50. Big contracts, 230, 230, 120. Yes.
Which market? Yes, yeah. I do think the ES trade would make the most sense. I think we could consider a short at like 51.32.
A little retest of that. I like that. Previous.
Yeah. Chat, what do you think? We got 4 points. Chat, what do you think? We short 51.32? Yay or nay, chat?
If we get smoked, Dolby, on that one, and it just wicks us and then shoots high, like this is just a wick and shoots higher, I wouldn't be surprised.
We gotta strap you into the seat.
Maybe, I don't think so.
It wicks all and stuff. You could see, look at mountain buys come in. Yeah.
Yeah, it just depends if we think that this is like a fundamentally driven thing and it's just gonna retest and shoot lower. Let's see. Yes, yes, nay. Ooh, very 50-50, chat.
Did you guys see on Tradingview they put a volume delta indicator in here? It's in beta, it says, but it's called a delta. So this is what they have on the screen here. I'm not,
So, volume is fading then?
It looks like buying volume is stepping in, but not as heavy as the selling volume stepped in. So smaller, but there's a little bit more buying here. But that volume is heavy.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? It sucks that you can't, like when I drag this up to overlay it on the candles, it looks really stupid. So it doesn't help there.
But it's not, yeah.
Yeah, I wish it could just be underneath the candles. I wish it wasn't this separate box.
Definitely still in beta. But it looks cool though.
Yeah.
That's gonna be very, very helpful. So chat's very 50-50 here on this ES short, it seems like.
Yeah, that's why it's probably better we all sit in our hands. Sometimes cash is best. It is always, I always say that.
I mean, we are still in a uptrend, making higher lows, higher highs. EMAs are all pointed up. Jack, what do you think? How you feeling over there?
In the meantime, in the background, I did leg into some more long curve position because they let the bonds loose today, Austin. So I got to do something. So
what does that mean exactly, Jack? Because I don't know.
Well, okay, cool. So I come from a bond spread trading background, and what it means is that in this right now, I'm long the 2s, 10s, which means I am long 2-year futures and short the 10-year futures. But Austin, you do come from a forex trading background where we also did release today the currencies. Have you checked out any of those yet?
I didn't check them out yet, but I did see them here on the topstepX platform, which is super cool because you guys are going to get a lot of forex people over the next couple of months, I think. So having those as available products is super cool. But I'm curious, do you guys know, does like the Canadian dollar get a lot of volume? Does the Australian dollar get a lot of volume compared to the euro dollar? Do you know?
We could check. I've never traded a currency future. Just what hasn't something that I've been looking at.
I would be curious. I'm going to look at barchart.com. I'll see what they say about the volume. But I would be curious to know, just because you don't hear a lot of people saying, I'm a Canadian dollar futures trader. You know what I mean? It's not as common, I feel like.
Certainly not as popular. I have to assume that there's maybe a handful of people who are trading currencies.
What do you mean, Dolby? You don't hang out with guys that trade currencies? Come on. Those are the cool people, Dolby. Dakota trades the Nikkei, right?
Yeah.
Just the Jack.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Which is insane. It trades at like pretty high tick value. So not my cup of tea. We're not getting up to that 51.32 yet. It is starting to get a little bit range bound. I would like to, at least see if we can get some sort of like 5-minute consolidation on anything before we hop in. Because I don't like having candlesticks